Welcome. We have a very awesome episode, and we have been having a wonderful time backstage, essentially giving writer advice to each other and hearing each other out. So we're all in a really fun, jovial mood, despite the terrible weather that some of us have been dealing with. So without further ado, let me go ahead and get everybody on stage. There's the wonderful, fantastic Charlie is here. Woohoo!
Hi.
And the amazing, wonderful, we love her too, Megan.
Hello.
Woohoo! And you know him. I love him. It's our technical producer, Tom. Woohoo!
Woo.
We all made it.
Yay.
Despite the weather that some 3/4 of us are dealing with.
I feel like I'm looking in a Carrie Underwood song and I don't know who's about to be tied to a chair. Like, that kind of makes me feel like, yeah.
Well, if you don't know who, then it might be you.
I know, that's my fear right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an obtuse reference. I'm sorry.
Were you talking about how many of your stories about your own life start with the, so you're probably wondering why I'm tied to a chair. Or
maybe you're wondering why I'm running through the woods half naked, screaming.
I mean, true. Very, 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 very true.
You know, like, truth is stranger than fiction.
A lot of my aunties when I was a child said, bless your heart. And the universe did. So.
There we go, yeah. Hello, CB.
Hello, CB.
So, we're both clicking things. It's already going to be fun. So, we have been having so much fun talking about writing and what inspires us to write. I still hold that mediocrity is a wonderful inspiration for creatives because, in part, your brain sees, wait, number one, I have nothing to complain about. I could write better than this, or I could create better, or I could at least create equal to. And two, that those mediocre kind of stories or content leave a place that we feel we could add to it. We don't feel like, oh, it's too perfect already. It's already as good as it can possibly get. There's no room for me in that creative space. And that's why I think like just mediocre work is actually more inspiring for creative folks than, perfect or nearly perfect creative works.
When I first saw the movie Gods of Egypt, my immediate response was to write an angry trilogy of, no, this is what would happen if the gods really wanted to mess up the world. Like, I was just so angry, I wrote 3 full-size novels.
Wow.
I went into that with such low expectations just because of the actors they had cast.
I thought my expectations were low enough. They were not.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you drop limbo right underneath them?
You had such a big budget.
And yet squandered.
Good quality actors, although really so white.
How much bourbon? Like, there was a lot of really expensive booze and other accoutrements that budget went to. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just first, I don't know why, but it just always, whenever I think about Gods of Egypt, it inspires me to go watch Dylan Dog, Dead of Night. Where, Brandon Routh does his best attempt at a Louisiana Cajun accent badly.
Oh, Brandon.
I did not so Tom has gotten me to watch this. It took years to get me. But he did not really warn me.
No.
Before I got to watch it. So I think like a third, halfway through, he's like, so what do you think of the accent? And I'm like, I cannot figure out where it is. But like, is this some part of East LA? Like, I think Tom's like, haha, joke's on you. It's New Orleans. And I'm like, no. In what planet does somebody think this is a New Orleans accent? Or even like anywhere in the state of Louisiana?
I mean, on the other hand, I will say it's still a fun movie. The book series is a fun series. But really, like, the director needed a little more time to understand the material.
A little bit more time. A lifetime more.
Maybe. I like Spence.
Yes, so much bourbon.
Like, I just can't figure out where it went. And as somebody who runs a restaurant where we actually get a lot of the high-end top shelf bourbon in for some of our lawyer clientele and how much that costs, like, that's all I can figure is, like, that's where the money was going, is into those crazy champagnes, bourbons, and other distilled beverages.
Yeah.
I figured that's also like where the budget in Stephen Colbert's Late Show goes.
Yes.
Given how many times Stephen Colbert has literally on set while doing a bit gone, what did I tell you? If it says alcohol in the script, it's alcohol in the cup.
Yeah, you know he's drinking minimum Pappies on the set. Like, at minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't even want to think about that accent.
I've heard other Liam Neeson accents, and they are creative.
See, I think Liam Neeson should just follow the Sean Connery rule of just pretend I'm doing an accent. Like Hunt for Red October. Yeah, this is my Russian accent.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about the Hunt for Red October, and this is supposed to be a Russian accent. You say, okay.
Oh, you mean versus Highlander, and this is supposed to be a Spaniard accent?
Oh, yeah. Sean Connery is a Spaniard.
Okay, so I want to defend that on one note. Technically, according to the Pope and the King of Spain, all peoples of Scotland and Ireland are technically Spanish because it gave him justification for a war.
Oh, God, not this again. No. Lord, save me from Vatican decrees. Anyway. But yeah,
It's
like...
only.
Not everybody has an ear for accents, and that's fine. I genuinely don't mind it for the most.
Versus the one time we have to actually apologize to the actor is in the movie Beautiful Creatures, highly underrated movie.
Yes.
And the accent the main guy does, we're like, what the hell crazy Southern accent has he invented? Turns out, no. That is the accent to where he went, which is the location the book's supposed to take place in. And he went with the rural accent of there, and it is actually correct.
Kind of wild little mix accent. So he is using an authentic accent. Now, what's his name? Was it Jeffrey Lyons? No, that's not the guy. The one who always is holding puppies in Discworld movies.
Oh.
You know, the one who has who's made some really inappropriate remarks about the sexiness of his own children.
Yeah.
But the one who plays, the uncle in Beautiful Creatures. Now his quote unquote Southern accent is creative. It's not terrible though. It's not so bad that we could not focus.
No, because it kind of reminds me of one of your, ex-uncle.
You know whose was terrible in that? Emma Thompson, who I adore. Terrible.
Oh God. See, I don't think she actually had a terrible accent in that. I think that was revenge for Winona Ryder in what was it? Was it that Jane Austen movie she did?
Yeah,
where she had to have a British accent, but really couldn't.
Was Winona Ryder in a Jane Austen movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
90s.
Yeah, in the 90s. I can't
90s Little Women.
Yeah,
Little Women is not a Jane Austen.
Yeah.
Everything about my teenage self is screaming at you right now.
And she tried to have a British accent that comes and goes in the middle of sentences.
Which one? Is it Sensibility?
I will look it up.
I don't remember Winona Ryder.
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now.
I am just like, oh God, she really did disappear in that role then. Because normally I kind of pay attention to Winona Ryder, seeing as she's part of my childhood and adolescence, between Heathers and Beetlejuice. She and even what was it? How to Make an American Quilt or whatever that movie. Why did I then read the book as a teenager? Anyway, that Winona Ryder
says Sense and Sensibility. Winona Ryder.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Sense and Sensibility.
She was in Little Women though.
Yeah, I was like, when was Winona Ryder in any Jane Austen novel ever?
Or wasn't in Sense Sensibility. Like what?
Yeah, that's just like I thought I knew. Like you're
who did I was like, this is my favorite author. How did I
you're talking about Jane Austen and Winona Ryder. How did I not know that they've been diagrammed? That
know.
is like the
Thinking
squee
something.
to my little 8-year-old self. Kate Winslet, yes, but she's definitely not Winona Ryder. Winona brings a certain
Craziness.
No. Crazy has a negative connotation. More of I live on the edge. She's like pre-edgelord in all her roles. Like before they invented the word edgelord or edge lady, there was Winona Ryder to like play it fast and loose, and that is what I love about her.
I love though that she did take 20 years, and she did get that writer to go write her another.
She
Okay.
did. Winona Ryder loved Heathers and
So-
loved that role so much. She actually pursued this writer, the script writer, for 20 plus years to get him to write a sequel to Heathers. And he eventually capitulated. It only took decades. And again, things I appreciate about a Winona Ryder, and they don't give her enough trophies for this stuff, y'all.
So I
It's-
just
I mean-
watched clips to verify this. We are both right and wrong. It
Okay.
was Little Women that we're talking about, but they for some reason gave all of the actors British accents in that version of Little Women.
Yes, I agree with that. And that is actually because it is
Which
the
is why I can't
transatlantic
think of it
accent.
as Little Women.
So it wasn't supposed to be an actual British accent. It's supposed to be a transatlantic accent because that was the accent of what were they called in Connecticut? The Brahmas or something. But it was the social elite group from the mid 1800s. And that weird transatlantic accent is correct for this one social group in Connecticut.
But not
It
like
is an accent vestige of pre-American Revolution. Yes, I know way too much about this information. It's terrible.
It's fascinating.
Yes, again, Gwyneth Paltrow, I know, has done Jane Austen.
Yes.
and that was just sad. I'm
yes.
sorry.
Oh, did you not know about her and Emma?
I love Emma. No, I love
Okay.
like Emma's one of my favorite books, and that
Right, Little Women is set in Concord. That accent is appropriate for that time period, but it's supposed to be a transatlantic. You're supposed to sound more like Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant.
but she can't maintain it to save her
Oh
life.
no, she's terrible at accents, and I feel like everybody learned that after watching her in Little Women. Is that
She's a
Winona
good
Ryder-
actress, but accents not her thing.
again, like Liam Neeson, accents is not his thing, and Sean Connery, again, accents is not his thing, and Benedict Cumberbatch, again, please never do another accent again, sir. You're barely maintaining your own accent. Please don't.
Penguin.
There's nothing better.
Hearing
than-
him try to speak American, it just hurts so
It's-
bad in my soul.
No, I'm sorry. That is revenge for every like British export movie that we made in the 60s. Like I feel like they're just getting back at us. Like they still haven't gotten over Dick Van Dyke, and we're going to be paying for that for a really long time.
I don't know what this is, but what CB has just written is peak something.
No, I mean this actually happened.
I know, but I mean, like, but that's just a
Because
peak
Emma Thompson
situation.
is like old friends with Stephen Fry from back in college. Weren't they part of the what is it, Something Lights? I can't remember their improv group, but yeah, they're very old friends. And her computer messed up, and she was like, "Please help me." And
I
Stephen Fry
had
saved
to
the day.
Glory. So before the show, before brunch, we were talking, and I was making Glory feel old by saying, there's an entire generation and a half that do not realize Hugh Laurie.
Well, they had this
Laurie.
child, and they didn't
Yeah.
talk about it.
Hugh Laurie, had an entire 2-decade career as a comedian before he became a serious actor.
And I preferred him more.
Before that, and at the same time, we'd also talked about I read 11 red flags models have about photographers, and I was like, okay, what I really pick here is photographers that have no chill. Of I have pulled 2 of these, but still I have pulled them in a better way, including photographers insist on nudes, and the first time they meet you. I'm like, no, I have done that once or twice with a model, but it was after 2 or 3 hours working together. And it's all right, do you want to do that now? Or do you want to wait 2 or 3 months, which will probably be the next time we can arrange any kind of time together?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not I haven't done it the first time. It's always yeah, let's first see how we work together.
Yeah, because sometimes you're vibing with somebody and sometimes you're not.
And so
yeah, I never introduce doing nudes at the beginning of a photo shoot, particularly when it's models and photographers just working for free together. We're just trying to essentially add to our portfolios. It's only if things are working out a couple hours into a photo shoot, it's like, okay, do you want to do any semi or full nudes before I pack up? Because if you change your mind in 30 minutes and I've already packed up my equipment, I am not unpacking to do this. We're doing them now or we're not doing them, and we'll have to schedule another time if you decide you want to do them later.
So then Glory puts on YouTube, because YouTube has every bit anyone's done, of Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie doing this bit about photographers and new models from some version of Saturday Night Live.
Well, it was the Fry and Laurie. I think it was from Fry and Laurie. But yeah, if you just on YouTube, if you just search Fry Laurie photography, it's the very first video that pops up is a 5-minute sketch of Stephen Fry, who finally agrees to show a little ankle, but doesn't want to take his socks off. It's very cute. Yes, I believe it's the Footlights was the one that Emma Thompson is, I think, only one of 3 females to ever be part of it, the original Footlights. So I did not know that Alan Rickman hates cats, but everybody's got their own little quirks.
Stephen Fry.
Bravo, getting an Oscar for that screenplay.
Oh, she's very talented.
I figure it's part of. Was it Emma Thompson? Who is it that was in Austin Land?
No, you're thinking of Jane Seymour, who owned the property.
And whose husband now runs a cult.
Cults. When making money elsewhere is just too hard work, there's cults.
I just love that in his spare time he makes like Survivor and all that reality TV show stuff, and yeah.
I mean, that shows you how to make a cult in like a limited time span with just random people.
My dog is snoring. It's so cute.
Aww. Well, anyway, so we've spent nearly 20 minutes talking about nothing that has to do with today's show, and yet I could find a way. What?
Said, have you met us?
Yeah, I know. It's like, hi, welcome to ADHD Hour. I hope you're comfortable. So, today's pitch. So the pitch for the whole season is what I would think of as non-traditional writer skills writers need. So we know the writer skills writers need, grammar sometimes, but we were discussing how that's optional. And how to craft characters and world building, all these things that all the writers have heard. Oh, you need these skills. But then let's talk about the skills they don't talk about that writers really do need. So I've talked about before how there's 2 things I crave in this world. And one of them is praise and the other is readers. But whether you want one or the other or both, like me, knowing keywords and being familiar with SEO is actually very, very important. And of course, with that, we're going to add hashtags because that's just like 21st century new jargon for the same old thing, keywords. These are super important skills. And for that, we have brought these lovely people who are very familiar in their own right and very qualified to give plenty of advice and share their own tips and tricks and advice on why do I need to know keyword optimization and SEO and hashtags, and what can I expect to know that will make sure what I know is accurate. Because the other issue with this is the landscape, it is ever changing. So what you know now might not be applicable in 5 years. Hell, it may not be applicable, quite honestly,
next year.
2 to 3 years. So understand that what we're going to tell you, it may not hold up in a year or 2 because there may be some new software that comes out or a new style of finding this. So just be aware, this is the ever-changing information.
But at the same time, all these systems are built on the same thought, which is sort of before memes. What are the phrases that communicate that everyone considers a universal phrase? Like when you say, chef's kiss, we all know what this means. Mm-hmm. It is a phrase with a very specific meaning.
And a movement even. It literally has a movement you do
Yes.
that everybody thinks of, even if you don't actually do it. If you say it or they see it in print, we all imagine that. And yes, Spence, if you will help me organize this cult,
It is family tradition.
My number 2.
All of our family, going back generations, have started multiple.
You're not supposed to tell people that our family occasionally starts cults by accident.
It's just part of our family. The difference being, we don't really like cults taking advantage of people. We just like uniting effort.
Benevolent cults is all I'm going to defend. There are no malevolent cults history in our family. Yes, it's a moot point. It's a cliche. It's a phrase that when you say it, people know that you are saying, look, this argument is not worth the energy.
And that's also the titles that attract people, is because that's why puns have been popular in any language that has puns. As long as it's existed, we find puns. There's puns in Egyptian
hieroglyphics.
In the hieroglyphics.
They literally carved them in and colored them in too, by the way.
Because the puns are ridiculous, are just too hard to resist.
We love puns. We've loved puns, I think, from the start of being humans. Even before we were humans, when we were like other kinds of Homo sapiens, I think we still all kind of enjoyed these little jokey jokes. Look, it's a dog with a goose on its head. Isn't that funny? It's a moo point. Ooh, I'm a cow. Can't you see that I live in the country? All right, I'm putting that online here.
So the one universal thing to help you find the keywords that you want to have, and if you want to write any sales copy or get anywhere in this industry, boil your story down to 3 words. What are the 3 things that are going to sell your story? Because you think it's going to be plot and character and all of this wonderful work that you put into it. No. Does your story have dragons? If you don't say dragons in one of the first in the first sentence that somebody reads, they're going to skip your story because they're not there for you. They're there for the scaly boys. Does your story have a seductive murderer? Say that up front, because that's what they're there for. They're there for that one specific thing. If you meet that criteria, you're in your goal. Find your 3 words, whatever they are, that attract people to your genre. And it's really easy to figure out what these are because there are entire YouTube communities dedicated to them. There are entire channels that all they do is review starships in sci-fi stories. Does your sci-fi story have a starship? Make sure you say the word starship or spaceship really early in your copy, because there are entire communities dedicated to that. Every stripe of murderer has a fan base where they just tear apart the trope somewhere on Reddit and on YouTube. So be sure to be very specific about that. Every trope in romance has very specific fan bases dedicated to it. So as long as you know those 3 things, and it literally has to be 3 words. Any more than 3 words, you will bore people and they'll be like, oh, that's just too much. Even if your story has more than 3 words, what are the 3 words that are going to sell your story?
I think there's, also room, especially when we're talking about hashtags for popular tropes in that genre, like friends to enemies. I've seen that a lot as a hashtag, for instance, on both Twitter and Instagram, for people looking for those kind of stories. So also being familiar with the top tropes in your genre, and are you utilizing any of them? Hopefully you're utilizing at least one of them, so that your readers can find the kind of tropes they're looking for, because while all writers like to think that they're original, that is not what readers want.
No.
They don't want completely 1000% original. They want derivative content. And I understand that, because as a reader, I like a derivative content. Do I want a twisted Cinderella story? Look, I'm not proud of it, but yes, the answer is always yes. Do I want a twisted Little Red Riding Hood story? Yes, please. And also, could it be wildly inappropriate how we treat the wolf? And by that, I mean leather harness.
I just took a sip, okay?
I know, you tried so hard. I was like, am I getting cool?
So CB did a really good job with this. So Stark for president. That's perfect. That tells the audience immediately what this is. It's Stark, so we're MCU. This is going to be at least about Tony Stark, if not pepperoni based, and it's going to have a political bent. That's perfect. That's right what you're looking for. Now, Laura, with your Lovecraftian horror, you need to find out what word is fashionable at the moment. Is it weird fiction? Is it supernatural horror? Is it Lovecraftian? It's a cycle. We spin around on that wheel, and one will be popular at any given time.
Right.
Mhm.
You know, it could actually be mythos horror.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same, and to give like a case in point of like, as I was discussing this past weekend with Glory, of someone who has made a career out of it and like has, you know, in their master class, like it's one of the first lessons, you know, R.L. Stine. Until you have that title, which in general is going to be 3 words, occasionally 4 or 5 if you add in participles. It's, you know, why are you writing a story? Because the title is what grabs people. Like, that is why the title of my romance is an awful pun. It is an absolutely awful pun, but it tells you exactly what it is. And these will all be in the story, which is my double demi T. If it's a pun on a double indemnity, there will be demi romance. There will be a tea shop. But that's the stuff. But it grabs you.
Also, if you're spelling it TEA, there's also the concept of spilling the tea.
Yes.
So there's going to be like some confessions or some idea of people sassily talking about other people. But which is it? I don't know. As the reader, I now need to go find out, or at least go like read the blurb or something, so I can better understand if this is the story for me.
Yeah.
This is where like it's so easy to tune out on discussions of this, but this is where semiotics really comes in and becomes important, because you're looking for those signposts that you can put up that says, hey, I'm over here. It's one of the reasons why I always, when I'm talking about my epic fantasy series, talk about my murder radishes and magical furries. Those are buzzwords that I have found over time, just that they activate my audience, because they're like, wait, a murder? Okay. Because you start thinking of like the cutesy things from Spirited Away, but all stabby stab. And that's perfect. That's the image I want you to have in your mind when you think of the story, right? So you find those words and market them, playtest around with them. You will not be right on your first iteration of this, which is where A/B testing is so important. Come up with 10, come up with 20, come up with as many as you can in every combination that you can. And once the product is out, or once you have some kind of lead generation tool out there, be it a newsletter or pre-orders or what have you, throw one out there and watch your analytics. Does all of a sudden that get a lot of engagement? Are a lot of people going to that landing page? Are a lot of people clicking through and doing whatever your call to action was? The more people that are doing that, the better the keywords are. And you're going to have to play around with it until you get to what you're wanting. When I was originally testing for Crucify, to me, I thought the love story was the main part of that story. No, it's the haunted village. People cued in on it's a love story in a haunted village. And so the haunted village stuff had to really move up to the forefront, because that's what was actually a hook to get people into it and interested in it.
You're not wrong. I'm already like, ooh, did you say haunted village?
Yeah.
Before we go a little too further, I think Megan actually did some research in figuring out definitions for this, for those who are truly newbie.
Yes.
And before we get like too far in, because yes, this is the ADHD hour. I thought, hey, Megan did the work.
I did, at least for search engine optimization. So search engine optimization is the process that is designed to improve your results in organic search results, which is organic search is when you type something into like Google or YouTube, and the results that pop up that aren't advertisements, those are the organic search results. So you when someone types in like happy tree friends will pop up underneath the advertisements as the like on YouTube, the video that pops up.
And Google is now smart enough to know you're not looking for trees that make you happy in a forest.
Yes.
Like it now knows this is a phrase which signifies a specific group and product.
So Google and YouTube extended, because Google owns YouTube, or Alphabet owns one or the
All the
other.
above.
So they use a bot or a crawler to like crawl the videos and web pages to see what they're all about. They'll use the textual information that you provide. So for YouTube, for example, they use your closed captionings, your subtitles, as data to figure out what your YouTube video is about. And then they will use that to come up with some keywords that for that video, and then they'll show that video when those keywords pop up. Yeah.
Like if you're looking for authors, AuthorTube, or writers, our videos should show up. And we also use additional keywords to kind of help that. But even in our discussions, you will hear us talk about, as a writer, when you are reading this, how to reach readers. It'll see all that and go, oh, okay, so you are on the production side of written materials. That is what we are talking about. And that's what it's trying to get you, because it's not like, 20 plus years ago where it was truly dumb searches and it was just looking for those words you put in. You put in Happy Tree Friends now, and it will also bring up Rick and Morty. It'll bring up things that are similar in subject to this material. And that's the kind of what SEO is really about, is help add in that material so they know what kind of website, what kind of company you are.
Where
so that
to
when people
put it on there.
Yeah, so when people are looking for that type of area, when they're interested in that type of thing, they will find you. Like Atlas Obscura doesn't use often, but if you type in the word weird thing, Google will usually on the first page recommend Atlas Obscura, because they deal with what most people call weird phenomena, and quirky towns. And that's what you're trying to get at, is those related terms.
And it's also important to ask yourself what search engines you want to be showing up on and how, because you need to, if you're doing this as a business, think of Amazon not as a store, not as a platform, but as a search engine. You need to be thinking about YouTube if you're there, or not TikTok, because they have the worst search algorithm in the history of search algorithms ever. But
pretty impressive, actually, and how terrible it is.
Yeah, but it's the same for all of the Meta products.
If you've ever wondered why Amazon products often have those crazy titles for their products, it's because it's a search engine.
Yep.
They're and it assumes whatever you put in the name of your product has a lot to do with what your product is. So it is weighted. It is more important as far as the search engine, optimization goes. So that's why, you'll see, both the words Android and iPhone in these toys and stuff you may use with your phone, because they don't know what type of phone you're going to use, but most likely it's going to be one or the other. They want the search engine to know this is a cell phone related object, but no one's going to use the word cell phone anymore.
Yeah, because you have to think about what people are actually typing in when they're looking for something. You don't want to use words that they're not using. So you don't want to get necessarily too creative with what you're doing. You want to stay kind of simple. If you're doing a tutorial, how to do XYZ, you don't want to get necessarily too creative with.
But you want to use all those synonyms to begin that phrase.
Yes.
How -to, how to is a single word, DIY, do it yourself in dashes. You want all those different ways to say the same thing because you don't know which way the person looking for you is going to say it.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's for like how to, like doing it as one word or two words. Most search engines are pretty good at splitting the two up, so you don't necessarily have to do that to get the search for it. So that makes it a lot simpler. And then you don't end up doing what's called keyword stuffing, which is when you put too many like keywords in there trying to get Google to, or YouTube or whoever, to see your image. Or
Keyword stuffing will get you banned.
yes, you don't want to do it. It's a very bad thing. So just avoid it. You want to use the keywords that are going to get you seen, and then kind of leave it at that. You don't want to get too excessive with him.
And this is also where having a domain name, if you want to show up in Google, is very important. If they have a choice between somebody calling themselves Project Shadow and myprojectshadow.com, they will generally default to my website because I have the domain. I put out the investment to have the domain, and they value that in the algorithm higher.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're branding yourself, yes, have your own name.com. If your name is hard to spell in any possible way, if anybody has ever looked at you and said, and how do I spell that? Have a second domain that goes to your stuff that is easy to spell. This is actually why I have Project Shadow, because everybody forgot. Like, I don't think Dorset is a hard name to spell. I really don't. But
there's two
Charlie.
T's. But there's
No.
two T's.
How many T's? Is it 3 T's? Sure, let's go with 3.
Oh no, people confuse me for the Dossets without the R and has a C in it. I've had my name sent to me spelled with as a Dorsey with a Y at the end instead of the T's. There are names that sound like my name, and when people are trying to remember my name, they whatever name they remember. If they went to school with somebody Dossett, they're going to spell my name Docett. That is not my name.
Or just Dawson.
Yeah. I've seen all manner.
I do not have strange girls sleeping over in my room.
No, I do not. No, that would be quite wrong and creepy. No, but having access to those things is really important because it signals to the algorithm, and that's really what a lot of this is about: is learning how to signal to the robot, "Hey, I'm the one to take seriously."
Which is why you kind of want to think about Google and search engines and algorithms. Look, I mean this in the best way possible, but I find it's an easy analogy for people to understand. Assume they are English as a second language is who you're communicating with. That they are not going to grasp the fine nuances of the English language.
So, random fun fact, in copywriting, they actually suggest that you write at a 3rd grade level because most people are able to understand, even people who English may as a second language may be their
good point.
Yeah, so you want to write at a 3rd grade level to make it easy and simple, and it usually is attention grabbing at that simple of a level.
So
that was just a random fact of the day.
If you do run a website, a blog, anything like that, just Google the Google Webmaster Tools. They have an entire website where you put your domain in there. You'll have to claim it, so you'll need to be able to inject code into your site. They have instructions for most of the websites, like if you're on WordPress or Squarespace or Wix. They have instructions for how to do that, so that they know
where they start charging you for your web hosting. Right. So like Wix and stuff, you have to pay to be able to inject that. That's what they're charging you for.
But what they will then do is tell you if their robot had a hard time understanding your site. So they will actually list the pages where the robot went, I have no idea what this is.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? The robot does not understand. Explain better. And so that's the pages you need to fix. So at least Google, and I kind of wish YouTube would do some kind of validation like this for our channels so that we could sit back and go, oh, the Google, the YouTube algorithm is like, what is this? What are you doing with this channel, video, whatever? But at least with Google proper, there are tools that you can have. They are free as well on the Google side. You may have to pay to be able to inject the code on your site to claim it, but they are really helpful because they will, one, let you know how your website is doing in search, but even more importantly, they will tell you what search terms they are delivering your content to. And you might discover things about yourself you did not know, that, oh, that's the market that's looking for my content. I was using the wrong words. It's a great resource to kind of mine some of that data out of, because it's organically, you showed up on people's radars because they searched these words.
And this is also one of the real uses for a VPN. What most people don't know, and I've had to show Glory a bunch, is Google really, and most search engines, target you based on a lot of different factors of where you are, who are the people around you, what else is being searched from this IP address. And so if you start seeing some odd content popping up in your Google references, or that Google news page, or your iPhone even occasionally news page, it may be actually related to what someone else in your household using your Wi-Fi is also looking up, and they will start suggesting this stuff. So being able to use a VPN so you can see what someone who hasn't been working on all of these projects see pop up, because it also notices what you click on. So if you tend to click on these two websites, including maybe one of your own, you will start ranking higher in your own searches. So you may need to actually go somewhere else, like a library, and search and see how you're showing up to a general population.
Yep.
Yeah, very important.
I did a little bit of research just so I could be sure I was saying. So I wanted to give people an idea of what is a third grade reading level. Because sometimes people either grossly underestimate what a third grade reading level is, or grossly overestimate, which is what I tend to see. And so I wanted to point out most Ronald Dahl books that people are familiar with, like The Witches and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, are written at a third grade reading level. As well as, let's see, I'm like looking through.
Everything up
The
to 3
Phantom
syllables.
Toll Booth. Also Charlotte's Web. So think about those kind of stories where the sentences aren't too long. It's not 3 lines is one sentence, for instance, because traditionally part of what will determine a third grade reading level is, like, for instance, I've seen certain guidelines like there's no sentences longer than 9 words. You go to another, you do a period and you start another sentence. You don't do run-ons, for instance, because it gets, let's be honest, run-on sentences are confusing. So when we're thinking about what is a third grade reading level, I thought maybe we should like actually have some kind of concept. A bunch of the Amelia Bedelia books, for instance, are also third grade reading level.
We have at most
The Tale of Despero, which I know a bunch of people are also familiar with, or the Spiderwick Chronicles. Are third, but this is what I want. Diary of a Wimpy Kid is third grade reading for struggling readers. So if you are at all familiar with Diary of Wimpy Kid, think about that. If it is more complicated or convoluted than Diary of a Wimpy Kid, then you're definitely going to be missing folks in your copy.
But like you'll only have like one word in each, in a sentence, usually a paragraph that's more than 3 syllables, and there will usually be contextual clues about what that word means and references.
And the grain of salt recommendation here, if you use either Pro Writing Aid, Grammarly, or Magic Quill, or any of those kinds of aids to getting your writing done, they will grade your text. So they will use the algorithms that are generally industry standard for what reading level is this text.
Right.
So,
I mean, like even Microsoft Word will also do it. Will grade your text to give you a basic idea. And not to say like, oh, but I know 8-year-olds who could read better than that. Okay. Let me explain. You can be 8 and read at a quote unquote 12th grade reading level, and you can be 25 and read at a 2nd grade reading level. It has nothing to do with a person's actual age or even their education, because, and this is real, almost all bachelor's level undergraduate textbooks in America now are written at a 6th grade reading level or lower.
I'd say they've been dropping to 5th now. Most of them are 5th.
Yeah. The first 2 years, like freshman and sophomore textbooks, such as English 101, History 101, and Algebra 101, are actually written at a 4th grade reading level for college, by the way.
Oh, wow.
So, and that's the 21st century. That's how it's been.
We're not trying to reach the top 10% of a given grade. We're trying to make sure we include the bottom 20% of a given grade.
So most newspapers mid 20th century were written at a 6th grade reading level, and now they are written at a 3rd or 4th grade reading level. And I am not exaggerating. So when people read newspaper clippings from like the late 1800s, early 1900s, and they're like, oh, it's so stilted. It's like, that's because you're used to reading 4th grade reading level in the newspapers now, because Gannett has set the standard at 3rd to 4th grade reading. And I know this because I know too many journalists who work for Gannett, and they're like, they keep sending it back telling me my reading level is too high in this article. And so part of it is if they just break the sentences up and make them shorter, that'll also reduce the reading level. So like there's a couple tricks for it. And that's often sometimes where my journalist friends will, in an act of desperation, like they're going to take away my feature if I don't reduce the reading level, will send it to me to like make it so an 8-year-old can read it.
And another website that I really like for checking the grading level or the reading level is paperrater.com. You can set like, I want this to be at a 3rd grade reading level or something like, or any grade reading level. And you put your thing in, and then it grades your paper based on it. It looks for word choice and stuff like that, but it also looks at like, I forgot what else it looks like, but it looks at a lot of stuff. It's a great website for checking your papers after to make sure they're clean, in case you don't use Grammarly or something like that. It's free, so it's convenient to use.
And also,
I've been using it for years.
Don't believe the hype of people bemoaning modern times or anything. The reason why the articles and stories have been dropping in reading level is not because, oh, people are so much dumber now. It's because the audience is so much wider. If you are topping out at a 4th or 5th grade reading level, you will reach so many more people who have learned English as a second language, where English is not their primary language. And so your audience expands greatly. If you're writing a 6th, let alone a 9th or even more high school level, a lot of people who learn English as a second language will get left behind, especially if this is supposed to be entertaining. So that's also why they've been dropping this reading level, is so even non-native English speakers can still enjoy the English, written, and not have to then get someone to translate it into their own language so that they can actually understand what is being talked about.
It's also an accessibility issue too. Like, you want to make sure that people who are having cognitive difficulties, even something as simple as having the flu one day, that can really impair your cognitive abilities. And you want people to be, if you're trying to get people to do something, or you're trying to get people to take an action, or you're trying to share important information that you want them to retain, you want to make sure that they're actually going to retain it and that they're going to understand what's being said, even if they're, if they're sick with the flu and they've got 103-degree fever and they're just browsing their phone for for, to relax.
So
And
CB mentioned that Hemingway can do reading level when you're doing things. I actually use Hemingway for all of my ad copy and sales copy, so I have all of my templates in here.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
As you can see, which is why I pulled one up in here so quickly, and you can see right up in the corner, this simple text, it's grading at grade 5. And it's doing that because, see this weird punctuation here? Like, a lot of it comes down to how are we doing this? Because even if I turn these into commas, it's still going to be at 5 because this is an odd sentence. And so it's looking at how you're punctuating. That really takes a lot into it as well.
And I'd say your vocabulary is a little high for, it would make it a grade 5.
Yep. But this is one of my templates for, I have a new project about to come out, and what all do I need to have ready to send out for that? But I just wanted to give people an idea. Like, it can, even short sentences that's not the end all be all. It's also the establish. All of these multisyllabic words down here are counting against me. The weird thing that the way that it's written up there is adding up. And this is actually a really good software because Hemingway wrote at a very low grade. And so following his rules, which is what this entire editor is done for, as you can see over here, it's going to yell at all of your adverbs. It's going to yell at all of your passive voice, all of your things that could be phrased simpler. And for me, have found this to be one of the best tools in my arsenal for writing sales copy, because it just yells at you as you type.
Truly, some of us need that.
Yeah.
Real quick, I wanted to address what CB and Glory are talking about. And, it's definitely a easily confused point about this of, let's take Little Women as a case in point of, CB was looking it up, and Little Women is, recommended for grades 7 to 12. That is the grade level. That is not the reading level. Reading level simply refers to the complexity of the sentence structure. It is not in any way about the
vocabulary is part
content.
of that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to show that example page.
Yeah, so the Little Women has content appropriate for 7th through 12th grade, but its complexity reading level is actually like 4.2. Just to make that clear. And
that's why, a 4th grader can read at a 12th grade level, but that doesn't mean they understand all the implications in the story that is written for a grade 12 discussion.
Mm-hmm.
If you heard a 4th grader then, tell you about this story, they would miss most of it because the actual content has a lot of implications and double meanings and complexities of thought that are not necessarily, that they've really discussed or learned about yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's such a fun, sad book.
So, and I get why it can get confusing, because this is, again, a different industry's jargon. So we're talking about the education industry and what is content appropriate versus what is the actual complexity of reading level for this. So, for instance, there's a book called Hatchet that my 3rd graders loved, but it is too high a reading level for 3rd graders. So it's really closer, I believe, to 5th or 6th grade. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's somewhere up there. Partly because of sentence structure, sentence length. There's a whole lot of run-on sentences. But when I read it aloud to them, the content was appropriate for 3rd graders. They definitely could relate to the content. It's just that the reading complexity level was a little too much for all of them, or most of them. I mean, like, I had readers in my 3rd grade class who could read higher than Hatchet, but it was still a little bit of a struggle, still effort. So they weren't going to enjoy it as much as just listening to someone else read aloud to them.
Mhm.
And so I would read aloud Hatchet to them, and then we would discuss the issues raised in that. And they very much enjoyed it. So, as I said, we're talking about a different industry and their jargon. And yes, of course, it is industry specific jargon. And honestly, most industries have industry specific jargon that is meant on purpose to exclude other groups or industries. That is the point of jargon, is to show who's on the inside and who's on the outside of their industry.
All right, real quick, because it comes up a lot and we have mentioned it a few times. Who wants to explain the definition of passive voice versus active voice? Because this is just good for writers to know.
Honestly, if anybody knows German, this is a very important thing in the German language. Passive voice is when anything happens to you and you are not doing it. So if the character is having things happen to them, then you're using the passive voice. If they are doing the thing, then it is active. And
the reason that they talk about this so much is passive action does not give any control or power to the character. It is simply things are done to them, so it's hard to empathize with them unless you're wanting to show their powerlessness.
Mm-hmm.
If you want them to feel empowered, though, and you want your character, the reader to feel like your character has a point and that they should be empathized with, you have them in the active voice so that they are actually taking a role in what happens in their life.
And the reason I pointed out the German thing there is, if you've ever heard somebody who speaks German as their first language who is just learning English, you'll hear the passive voice a lot, because active voice in German is seen as aggressive. So if you are being polite, you always speak in the passive voice. Like, you don't say, "I am sorry." That is aggressive. That is you taking control of the situation. You would say, "It is painful to me. It hurts me." Because that is how you are.
Honestly, passive versus active is confusing even for college students. I know master's students and doctoral students who struggle, especially if you were raised in the South, where we are definitely taught as children to speak more in the passive voice.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not, if you were well educated, then you understand. That is not one of those things, because English is not a monolith. So different cultures use English in, nuanced different ways. So, and like the South is very much heavily influenced by a lot of UK language groups, such as Northern Irish and Scottish, where, for instance, passive voice is used more often, because it is, from what I've told, it is more often a normal form of language in their own local version of Gaelic or Celtic or Welsh also, apparently. So let us detach value from, knowing the parts of English and when to use it and when not to. Let's detach value from that. And it's simply being, hey, we're talking about writing for North American culture. And when doing that, it's helpful to know the difference for when to write an active voice versus passive. And let us not worry about, does that mean you're well educated or how well versed you are in it? Says a lot about your intelligence or says nothing about your intelligence. Let us detach value from that, because those things are not actually valuable. And also, those things are not actually taught even in the Ivy League or the best of the best schools. Do not worry, because everything we've been told is a lie about English.
And frankly, most English rules are classist and meant to show what financial group you were raised in.
Yeah.
So
again, like, we bring it up because it may be of importance to a writer to know, but not because, if you were better at being a writer, you would already know. No. It's because this is important, And it's not necessarily a common knowledge thing, or even just, look, my mother felt it was so important that I know grammar growing up, because she saw such a huge difference in the way she was taught grammar in Michigan, around the Detroit area. And because there were so many people, since, she grew up in Jewish neighborhoods, there were so many people who were immigrants who, English was their second, third, fifth language. So, and then she came to the Deep South, and the way English is used is so different. And she was genuinely concerned that we would be so confused, or that we wouldn't be able to hold our own in mainstream culture. And she worried about that because she didn't want people to be able to, quote, look down on us, which again is like, I'd have to first accept their judgment before. Being neurodivergent comes in handy when it's like, your thoughts, unimportant to me. So, but nevertheless, it was a concern of mom. So she was always drilling in all these grammar rules and all this stuff. Now, she didn't insist we keep to any of them, except the word ain't was not allowed to be used inside our house. We could use it outside of the house to blend in, but we were not allowed to use this word inside the house. That was her only actual rule. The ain't and the N word were literally the only banned words inside our house.
Well, C.
What?
C
word.
Because she was.
Oh, the C word that ends in a T.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But I didn't know that word at the time when I was a kid. Nobody was using that word around here.
True.
So yes, there were 3 words that I didn't learn the third one until I was like an older teenager. But anyway, and that is one of the very few reasons why I know this stuff. I wasn't taught it. I have a bachelor's degree in education, and I took grammar for undergrads. It was a 400 level course, and I got an A, and it was considered one of the top 3 hardest courses at my university. And they still barely covered active versus passive voice. It was literally this tiniest chapter. It was 1 question on 1 test out of the whole semester. So you can so I definitely didn't feel that it was important. It just matters because we're talking about, the advice about what catches people's eye when you're writing copy. That's all. So let's
and like as Spence points out, of when you're writing a story, the problem with it and why they bring it up is passive tends to be more long-winded, but it does not actually increase what's going on in the story. And so you can lose your reader's attention.
Also, passive voice is a wonderful way to help us better understand how the victim feels.
Yes.
So when you're writing from the perspective of somebody being victimized, actively victimized, as Laura points out, like if somebody is dealing with a monster, they are definitely in the point of view of the victim. They are not the monster themselves. Sometimes the monster is the one who's the victim, I'm just saying. Then a passive voice is the preferred voice. Otherwise, your reader is not going to worry about the safety of the character because the character is not talking in passive voice. In fact, that's actually been a problem I've had sometimes where I was writing the character in active voice, but they were in that moment scared of dying or scared of being hurt. And my readers replied back, it didn't feel like they were actually in danger because they were talking so actively. I was sure that they were about to tell me what their plan was. And then they didn't have a plan and I felt cheated. And I'm like, I did the mistake. I kept talking in active voice. Let me rewrite it in passive. And it was literally 2 lines of internal dialogue. Absolutely changed it. All the readers were happy with it and felt that it felt organic and natural flow. So this said, let us not attach value or characterization to whether you know grammar rules or anything. That is unimportant. And it doesn't mean jack about a person. It just means we're going to discuss it. What'd you say, Charlie?
So that's some toxic Hemingway stuff.
Exactly. It's very toxic. I agree. It's toxic writer crap.
Because he put a lot of moral claims on the use of language because it's the only place he felt that he could be moral for so many reasons.
Which is weird in its first place.
And we have inherited a lot of that because he insinuated himself so strongly on the literary mind, especially in the United States, but also it branched out into the English-speaking world.
But I mean,
yeah.
But it's just like we'll probably talk more about passive and active voice when we talk about on that episode I wanted to do with pacing.
Pacing and flow,
flow.
which will be April 25th.
Because it's a subtle thing to tell your reader how to feel about the situation.
Yes.
Just like a short sentence is read more quickly, even though the same amount of content is transmitted over a paragraph of short sentences as long sentences, we read it and we understand the situation differently. Things are moving quicker in a short sentences.
You also see a lot of use of active versus passive voice in political writing.
Mm-hmm.
In political journalism, in fact. You're going to see a lot of that used where they're trying to paint one side as the aggressor. They'll give them active voice. And the other side is the victim. They'll give them passive voice in the really writing about the other side. It stands out. It's very obvious. And yet readers fall for it all the time because we're human beings. And when you give us that passive voice, we automatically go, oh, they're the victim. They're the one not in control. Even when they are, in fact, the one in control. It's just how you write it. It's so easy.
But it is time for a break.
Okay. So let's do a little breaky break. And when we come back, we will talk more about, I don't know, all the things that Megan and Charlie have prepared.
All the pressure, thanks.
No, don't worry. You know, I can fill the space. Tom and I can talk forever about nothing if you just let us.
I mean, as you can tell, even though, we don't really know what we're going to talk about today, we've got plenty to talk about.
I got more tips.
Yes.
Exactly. That's why you're here.
Oh, yeah. Let me play the cute little video that Tom made for let's do a snack. We'll see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes. Beep-a-da-beep. Beep-a-da-beep. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Come out wherever you are.
But I like hiding.
I know.
It's my favorite.
But don't you want to keep me company out here? Tom will be back in a sec. He ended up talking to me instead of first going to get himself something to drink. And then we were having fun talking about incidences where we get the kid. One day when I was teaching third graders, it had been a series of it was a terrible day. Like, too many bad things happened. The kids were absolutely agitated. And I was like, what am I going to do? I still have like a period and a half left with the kids for the buses come. And my mentor teacher said, you know what you do? I was like, what do I do? I don't know. They can't concentrate. I can't calm them down, like totally calm them. They try to stay calm. They're trying their best to be good kids, but I can't. I don't know what to do. And she's like, it's called coloring till the buses come. She's like, now you know why I have an entire drawer filled with coloring pages. And she's like, go pull several files out. Take them to your students. Everybody gets to pick. And 30 minutes later, she came in and checked on me. She's like, how are you, students? She's like, oh, look at them. They're all happy. Look at them smiling again. They're stopped crying. And I was like, yeah, it's amazing. She's like, yeah, when in doubt, coloring. She's right.
Something that is still true too, all the way into adulthood.
You're right.
Yes, to say, coloring is a way, just like journaling, to get you to process emotions. And it's at the speed your hand moves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went and grabbed myself some coffee so that maybe some alertness might happen.
It's possible.
I just had to take a bathroom break and then discuss the fun I have of whenever we can get Charlie and Megan on, because Charlie, you have an excellent mind for history. It's like, I remember this, but I can't remember who it was. Who do we blame? And then,
we blame him. Like, yes. Charlie.
And then Megan, it's always
Charlie tells us who to blame.
All right, I know we do something for this group. What is it?
Megan will know. Megan knows how to market. Megan knows why we do it the way we do it. Megan probably has diagrams in a textbook that references it. Yeah.
I probably have a book somewhere back here.
Yes.
I'm like, we've all got our fields.
Mm-hmm.
And I like being able to just, call on, wait, who is it? And then, of course, Glory's all right, let's have some compassion here. We're bringing morals into where it doesn't need to be. There are some places we need to have morals, and I blame your parents for you not having those. And I'll be more than happy to speak to them even now if they're still alive.
Do we need to do a teacher conference? I will be happy to live stream.
You think we're joking, but we're not.
Speaking of abject lacking of morality, how to find keywords that are good for you.
Ooh,
Start in Hollywood. Remember, when you're doing your research, you are a person. Studios have $1 million teams that their only job is to study the market, understand the market, and find the keywords. So start looking around for films and television shows that are coming out that are in a similar vein to what you're doing, and start looking for the words in common in their descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
What movie, why is this one word constantly appearing on all the posters for this style of movie? Because that's the magic keyword that people are looking for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if you want to know who a target audience is,
Mm-hmm.
go look at what's the music being played.
Mm-hmm.
For me, case in point, and I will bring up these trailers every time I see them, do you know how I can tell a trailer is marketed for Glory? Every time.
Gown in it?
Huh?
There's a Regency gown in it?
No. They all do the same move.
He knows it too. It's terrible.
Is there an 80s or 90s song that someone in the last 12, 15 years has recovered by a woman, and they have slowed down the song?
Yeah.
So called out.
I remember once. I don't remember which trailer it was. I just remember. have they actually slowed down Cry Little Sister? That's a
Oh,
beautiful
Get
song.
slower? Oh wow, you can get slower. Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah, I
they
remember
slowed
that.
it down
Yeah.
to less than half the speed
Yeah.
it was originally. That's why it took a while to go, wait, did they slow down Cry Little Sister? Yes. Yes.
That's how they got me to watch the second season of You.
Yes.
That's how, and like, and it was the first season of You. One of the trailers, they did this with an '80s song, and I was like, but it was the second season was coming out, and based on I watched all the trailers for the first season, and I thought what I thought was going to be the storyline turned out to not be. I looked it up, and I'm like, so I'm going to skip first season because my idea is better. And way better.
Yes.
I may still write it. But the second season I did very much enjoy. And there was like other ones, it's mostly Netflix that has my number of like where like that doesn't look like a Glory type show. But if they have a trailer where there's a woman singing an 80s cover slowly, yeah, I will watch it.
And you may ask yourself, okay, so how do I know this is for Glory? And the answer is because they're appealing to two audiences at once. They are appealing to Glory's age group, which is around elder millennial to, the end of, what are you, Charlie? Gen Xer?
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're trying to appeal to college women in their early 20s. And they found that this music from the late 80s, early 90s, in the new romantic style, hits them both at the same time because you can now hear the lyrics a little bit better and the nostalgia hits for the older crowd. That's why they're doing it. And as Charlie was saying, like they have teams of professionals that this is just all they do, all they work on and research, and they do research. They don't publish a lot, but they do
I
research.
would love to be involved in some of that research because that is just my happy place when I do marketing stuff, is I love doing as much research as possible. Like,
what, by the way, the degree program you're looking for, so at least you'd have a basic idea of the kind of people they're looking to hire. It's called behavioral economics. It's also, it's behavioral analytics.
Yes.
Those are the two
That's
phrases.
The computer science side.
Those are the two phrases you're looking for. And that you actually may be able to find like people publishing their white papers about it, Megan, at least if you want to read the stuff, is you're looking for behavioral analytics and behavioral economics. I actually looked at going into the degree program. At the time, this was 5-8 years ago. The only program doing it was out of Colorado. It was the University of Colorado. But these are the same kind of people who study how to design a grocery store, how to design the layout to get people to walk in the way they want everybody to go around the grocery store in order to focus on the high profit items and not pay as much attention to the low profit items such as produce.
And at the same time, this is where you get people who learn forensic profiling.
And when you get really good at this and really spend time actually studying the marketing material that's coming out, you can start predicting trends. Like, I love that moment in especially the film version of The Devil Wears Prada, where he's like, why is your belt that color? And then he goes through the long chain reaction of how that color was pushed into the zeitgeist so that you saw it at the store and thought, oh, that's cute, I want to own it. That's how this industry works. And so, like, if you write vampire fiction and you're sad that vampire fiction is not, the hot in thing right now, because it's kind of not, start looking. You'll start seeing movie posters referring to relationships as draining. You'll start seeing a dark romance. You'll start seeing these words start popping up that aren't quite vampire, but they're seeding the idea. They're starting to get people into the notion of, oh, don't you miss vampires? Wouldn't vampires be cool to see again? And then all of a sudden, well, bam, here comes the wave of vampire stories that hit the market.
Oh, also, what's his name? The British magician. Is it? It's not Dan Brown.
Oh, wasn't it the one on that second season of Sherlock? Darren Brown.
Yeah,
Darren Brown is one of the few people who discusses it, because he even says he only went into magician because if you just put a poster up in front of people that says by coming in you consent, it's a lot easier than what you have to do the exact same experiment on humans in psychology.
Mm-hmm.
But he will then discuss, like, how do you get people to say the word you want them to magically already have that object planted somewhere.
Yeah, such as, is this your card? There are ways to actually manipulate
Suggest,
people
without them even noticing, to say 4 of clubs. Like, there's little tricks in there. And these are sort of the reverse of memes.
Yeah,
but you see that in Hollywood. That's what Charlie's talking about. Like, dark is now associated with vampires.
And if you start seeing wild appearing a lot, that means that werewolves are coming back.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wild night. They were wild kids out. You'll start noticing everyone's being described as somehow wild. Well, then the werewolf fiction is about to make a comeback. If everything is showing people staring up at a beautifully lit starscape above their heads, you better believe that there is a generation of sci-fi stories in the works that are about to come out that are going to be filling that niche. All of this is seeded.
And I mean, they're telling their creatives at parties, like, hey, if you're interested in writing this, we'll be looking in 4 to 6 years. The market will be looking for these. That's where these people have these seemingly breakout successes, and they're, oh, I'm just a writer from nowhere, and you're like, really? Because you're a millionaire now? Oh, believe me, there are people in their sphere. Hey, Cherry, who gave them this advice and they listened. Like, yes, a broken clock is right twice a day, but other than that.
And this is part of the secret success of Harry Potter. If you look at all of the stories that were coming out in the years before the movies, because remember, the books didn't take off until the first movie hit. Yeah. The books were popular before that, but they did not take off until that first movie hit theaters. You can see how you start having this nostalgia push. All the channels are for some reason showing the never-ending story and all of this, like, isn't it amazing magic stuff? We start getting the storyteller being pushed.
Worst Witch was finally available on DVD.
Yep.
And then within less than a year, they released the first Harry Potter movie. And I had been looking for Worst Witch even on VHS at that point for like 13 years, because I may have had an awakening as a child with Tim Curry as and nobody
music video.
Yes, and that music video in the middle of a movie for no sensible reason. Yes, so yes, like that was all part of it. Was this leading up to?
And the reason why you'll see these all of a sudden is they will drop their rates for those movies and shows to make them more popular to show in different, cable markets.
And that's them priming the market. They are getting things set up for that next thing that they're going to push. Now, they aren't always right. Like, this is not an infallible method, because sometimes they really go the opposite way of the zeitgeist and have to correct. And then there's a lot of stories that year of, isn't it funny how all the movies bombed at the box office?
Early to mid 20-teens, it was supposed to all be witches, hence the discovery of witches and that whole series, and instead it didn't hit. It was all supposed to be all witches.
The Crafty Awakening.
Yes, it was supposed to be this big thing.
Reboot of Charmed came out. All of that all together,
and then it just fell flat. All of it fell flat. Because the market wasn't quite ready, and now it's taken quite a few years for the market to finally catch up.
Yep.
And like, that's the problem we're seeing right now with the Batman. Is they thought, because of the last 2 years of this pandemic, we've had everyone's been kind of depressed. Yeah. But what we're seeing
clinically, Tom.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen the stats? 60% of the U.S. qualifies for clinical levels of antidepressants.
But what they didn't account for is Americans' repulsion to being down for so long, that They now are purposely looking for things that are more cheerful because they can now go outside. We've now gotten several vaccinations.
Mhm.
More than half of the US can, in general, even be around someone who's sick without having to go to the hospital themselves.
Mhm.
So instead, we're seeing more happy movies do better. So Sonic 2 has squarely beaten the Batman at the box office.
Even though it is a surprise success.
Yes.
Well, people
It's a
will
sequel.
people will always choose satisfying over good every single time. And if you admit it in your heart, you know that you do that too. When you know you should have the nice dinner with the vegetables and all the good things for you,
So
but I'm gonna have a piece of pie. I'm just
So
gonna have a
this
piece of
actually goes with some research that was done
That's like my breakfast
about
of steak. And,
Yeah. yeah.
what was
So this
it?
was done.
I had
So
steak.
Let's normalize pie, y'all.
yeah, let's normalize.
Let's just
But
normalize pie.
Sour
6 or 8
Patch
years
Gummy
ago,
Kids. That was my breakfast.
two researchers did a piece of very interesting research. Very simple, but it proved a point that everyone had always thought was the opposite in psychology. And what they did was they looked at what was the most popular song every week on the pop charts in several major markets for the last 30, 40 years, as long as we've had the pop charts.
Mhm.
And what they found, and then they did a word analysis on all the lyrics to look at what is the sentiment of each song. And what you see is in an economy, whenever the economy is doing well, people want happy, cheerful music because they're happy.
Yep.
When the economy is down, people are not happy. They want sad, down music because they're not feeling well. People do not listen to happy music to make themselves happy. They listen to happy music because they're already cheerful. They listen to sad music because they're already down and they want to commiserate. Misery demands company.
Yes.
So movies and entertainment are all the same. People were very down in the late 2000s because of the economic bubble bursting and the jobs were gone. The Great Recession is just right beside the Great Depression for its economic impact.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where we saw Hunger Games becoming the most popular and all of these post-apocalyptic movies.
Dystopian stuff.
And dystopians.
Mhm.
What was it? The girl with all the gifts and all these kind of just everything's out to get you and kill you. I really thought we were going to get that zombie cow movie.
But that's why you see these. And that is one of the trends that they are predicting is they just look at what are the economic trends.
Yep.
That is the mood shifts they are looking at. But, it's hard to change things on a dime. So, yeah, you get the Batman coming out 6 months too late. If it had come out 6 months ago, it would have been a perfect market. It would have done exceptionally well. But things have already changed.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Charlie?
And so when you're positioning your product for the market, there are two ways to do this. You can either try to ride the wave, which is really hard to do unless you are really dedicated to it. It's like,
Or you have a
I like
team.
to think of it as being a day trader, but as a writer. You have to be so plugged in. You need to be really keeping up with what's going on in pop culture and trying to stay just ahead of whatever market it is you're trying to ride that crest in.
And you have to write fast.
And you have to write really fast. Or you can do the other two things that are easier, especially for a new writer to break in. And that's either find the gap in the market that you can fill, or just completely negate the market. Go the exact opposite way. Because if the mainstream is not doing vampires and you're putting out really entertaining, because remember, good has no place when we're talking about marketing. I don't care. No marketer cares if what you're doing is quality, if it's good. The question is it entertaining? Well,
Does it fulfill a hashtag?
Yes.
That's all.
So if you've got
There's the line to take away from today.
Yeah.
Let's make a banner. Sorry.
But
Go on, Charlie. No, keep going. Please don't let me stop you.
When go completely against the market, if nobody's putting out that vampire content and you have it, or whatever it is, if you can be that place, because there's going to be people that want to read that, even if it's not in the mainstream zeitgeist right now. And if you can collect those people up, if you can create that street team that can get you in front of those people, do it. Because this is the other key secret to SEO. recruit your friends.
Mhm.
The biggest power in SEO right now, because everybody is scraping Twitter. I don't care if you like Twitter or not. I don't care if you want to be on Twitter or not. If you are a writer and you want your stuff to show up high in Google search or over in Amazon in their search, they are scraping Twitter to see what are people talking about. You
Yes.
need to get people talking about your story, even if it's just your friends.
Mhm.
You need
And
to get people talking about it. That is the number one way right now to boost yourself.
and also,
What you got, Megan? Hold up, Tom. Hold up,
Okay.
Megan.
Okay, so I have a quote that works perfectly for this. According to YouTube, this came from YouTube themselves. Videos are ranked based on a variety of factors, including how well the title, description, and video content match the viewer's query. Beyond that, we look at which videos have driven the most engagement for a query and make sure it's easy for viewers to find those. So they're looking for engagement. They're looking for comments. They're looking for those hearts. They're looking for anything that shows that their people are paying attention to this and interacting with the content. You really want that interaction in order to get to boost your video.
Yep. And this is where, because of the whole Cambridge Analytica kerfuffle
Mhm.
that took place, Facebook is not as easy to scrape for that content anymore. So it's not that your Facebook marketing is not going to help you or your Instagram marketing is not going to help you. It's just they have actively protected both of those sites from bots to try to fend off lawsuits. Like it's not about your data, it's about their financial security. But Twitter is still an open fire hose. You can make a partnership with Twitter and they will give you everything.
Mhm.
And these are important places to have that discussion, because if people are not talking about you, you do not exist on the internet. And this is the hardest thing, is to get that conversation started and get that up there.
I think
Getting
it's
those-
where they talk about you cultivating, what is it, stark raving fans.
Mhm.
Yes.
And so I guess really at the end of it, what we're really talking about is how to connect with those very serious word of mouth oriented kind of readers.
Mhm.
That's what you're looking for. You're not looking for your general run of the mill readers, because they're not going to promote you for free.
You're
You
looking for
need
the
the
loud
readers who are like, hey, everybody, I want you to know how much I love this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's where we are of like, so let's just discuss that.
Well, and that's what I also wanted to, that's what I was going to bring up next
Mhm.
was, all right, as much as I've now said about, the economy and the effects on the general population, no matter what type of book or story you are writing and telling, there is a group that feels that way right now.
Yep.
There will always be emo teenagers. There's no such thing as a year without an emo. Case in point, politics. Whenever one political group is doing well, the other political group, by its nature, is not doing very well, and so they will be feeling the opposite way. Right now in America, the conservative parties feel very under attack, very endangered, and are definitely more interested in apocalyptic discussion points than you're going to see, liberal political leaning people right now. You will see them more cheerful, looking for uplifting stories. So that is which way that group's going. Like, there's so many groups. It's just finding the group that's interested in the product you have that you want to market right now.
And also
understanding
making
how
sure
to
that you
market to them.
Yes.
and also making sure that you have a thick enough skin to get through all of that. Because knowing that is really important, just in general, because as a queer trans writer on the internet, life's so easy right now. I mean, have you heard? We're all the winning. But, so you need to develop the skills to know when you want to pick a fight and when you don't want to pick a fight. When is your vanilla romance story coming out because you just can't handle the engagement that you could get? Because the one thing that marketing never talks about, because marketing, like all capitalistic endeavors, is about make the money, growth. I say this every time I talk to anybody about business. You always make the decision that you know you will not regret later. That's how you will have a good life. That is how you will have a good career. It doesn't matter if it's the right or the wrong decision for your business right now. Will you regret it later? If you answer yes, then you know what you need to do. You need to actually do or not do the thing. Do whatever will not bring you to that place of regret.
Mm-hmm.
And so you really need to know yourself going into this right now, because if you have just a general dystopian story, like just say you're writing Hunger Games, but in space and I don't know, slightly different, right? Know that will
Hunger
be
Games in the Expanse.
yeah,
Let's
Hunger
keep it
Games
simple.
in the Expanse. I would actually read that, but like, oh, just see.
I know how to market stuff. I just don't care to write it right
But-
now.
Know the market that you're going to be pulling in, because right now the people that are really searching for dystopian are going to be of a much more conservative bent. So if you have an LGBTQ character in your story, you will take heat for that. Yeah, I mean, you will no matter what, because this is the internet. I mean, have you met the internet? But know that you are inviting that might not be the project for you right now. And I think that's the hardest thing for us as writers to accept is, I put in all this work, I put on this effort. This might not be the best time for me as a human being to try to do this. Because yes, there are stories that you can really get out there and optimize, but if it will destroy you as a person, it's not worth it. Like if you can't, if the idea of getting random death threats from angry people on any side of an issue is not for you, maybe make sure you're not hitting any of the culture war touchstones that are really big right now, because they're guaranteed. They're not a possibility. They will happen, because again, this is the internet.
I mean, Kick-Ass 2 would have done so much better if they had delayed it by 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Kick-Ass 2.
Oh, yes.
The one with Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I did not watch it.
Yeah, that was the wrong timing for it. People were still hopeful when it came out, but it was for a more liberal audience.
Yeah, they need to have sat on that for a little bit longer.
And so, that's
something writers can do is you can write it, and you don't have to finish editing it before you shelve it for now until till the people you do want to market it to are in that mood for that kind of story. It is okay to get 3/4, 90% through a story, editing process, and then shelve it until, the time is right.
Like right now,
Plague series.
I mean, like right now, hopeful space movies are going to be the market, not aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're not worried about the alien invaders right now. We want to go meet and make new friends in space.
Mm-hmm.
So recognize that about how the audiences are right now.
And make sure, especially if you're looking for any mass market success, that you're paying attention to the most banal sources of information that you can get your hands on, because they have been diluted to the point where they are mass market. So they are talking specifically to and for the mass market. And that will help you out a lot. And again, you will see those keywords. Once you start looking for them, this is one of those terrible, terrible things. Like, you will see the matrix everywhere. You will see the keywords flying around you. You will start to see how you are being marketed to constantly in things that you didn't know that you were being marketed to.
Oh, how about when you're checking out at the grocery store, read all the covers of the magazines that they put up there. You will get a vibe for tone, but you will also get a vibe for what are the concerns of these magazines, even though they are the most fluff pieces. They are absolutely mass market pieces, whether we're talking about celebrities or we're talking about regular everyday people that have had weird scandals. Like, it will give you a vibe for what are they thinking that the mass market is concerned about this week, this month. And it won't be that wrong, because remember, the reason why these people are paying attention, these publications, is for money.
Mm-hmm.
Money is a very powerful motivator to get people to listen. Mm-hmm. So if there's possibly money to be gained, particularly profit to be gained, They are definitely judging the mass market constantly.
And they are using keywords specifically to grab that attention. So look for what are the big words they are saying.
One good way to see like what your target audience is, what kind of language they're using, how they're searching and stuff, is to go on to like forums and places where they ask questions and see what kind of questions they're asking, how they're asking the questions. And
I mean, I go on the subreddit for Ace. And they are adorable. And there is no question mostly that they are Ace because they are so confused by neurotypical cishet people. And they're like, is that really how they're thinking? Is that? And it's like, I don't have it in me to like truly explain this to them right now because sure. I'm gonna let you keep that confusion because someday you'll figure out the reality and it's even worse.
And the most important thing for you to realize is you want to be a niche writer. If you want to have longevity in this industry, you want to be a niche writer. You want to find the niches that you enjoy writing in, that you will want to spend your career in, because they're the ones that will support you. They're the ones that will get you through. So find out where they're hanging out and start literally watching the memes that they're doing. They'll tell you their keywords. Their keywords are just floating there in the air. Like if you are writing a space opera and you're like, well, I think this is like Star Trek, go to any of the not official / Star Trek stuff, like r/Star Trek. That won't help you. Go to the other groups. Go to like, Orange River and see what people are
Memory
talking
Alpha.
about. Yeah, Memory Alpha. See what people are talking about. What are they featuring? What are they interested in? You'll see all of the demand keywords popping right up to the top in those places.
Like right now, there is a huge demand for new fiction in Deep Space Nine because that's the only one that's not really being continued by Paramount right now. So there's a lot of fan demand for stuff like Deep Space Nine.
And if you look, you can start seeing, if you go over to the space opera charts for selling, you'll start seeing a lot of star bases on the covers rather than starships, because the space opera books usually have the starships on the covers. And now there's a lot of space stations there.
And just planets.
Yep. Because that's where the demand is. And so this is how you do this mining. This is how you find those keywords. You start knowing the granular markets. Like, are you writing space opera? Are you writing Sword and Planet? Are you writing planetary romance? Understanding the difference when you start getting granular like that, your fans know those words. They are looking for those things. Those keywords will not help you, though. Don't just add those onto your thing. Nobody is going into Amazon and typing Sword and Planet. But so you got to find out where those readers are if that's what you're writing, and see what are the terms that they're using now. But you need to get granular in whatever you're doing. If you're writing mysteries, you better believe there is a track for every kind of, like, is it an old auntie who's just living her best life in retirement, who's out there just solving all the crimes because other people don't have the time? That is an entire market.
No. For the truly ridiculous market that exists and is real in mystery, do you have a pet? And do you travel a lot? And does your pet solve a lot of mysteries?
On their own, practically.
On their own.
Like with a pause, solving mysteries, sniffing out killers.
Margaret, you want Sword and Planet? Maggie's got a bunch.
Oh, yeah. If you're interested in Sword and Planet, they're like, Sword and Planet is what, at least 100, 150 years?
Yeah, so you go look up John Carter of Mars.
Yeah, John Carter of Mars.
There's some fantastic Sword and Planet novels that are free because they are way out of copyright. So, like,
Asimov, Heinlein wrote them, all of major sci-fi.
If you are a fan of Star Wars, if it is a Jedi-heavy story...
How to Get Away with Myrtle. Oh my God, you're killing me, Pootie.
Child-solving murders.
Crepe murderer. Anyway.
So on Sword and Planet, like if you...
Good night, y'all. Good night. You see me. See you later.
Good night, CB. Like if you are old enough to remember like I, Jedi, books like that, because because that was such a big thing in the fandom.
Okay.
That's essentially like modern Sword and Planet. There are
Yeah.
some writers who are bringing it back and bringing it back in very interesting ways. In all technicality, my space opera setting is Sword and Planet, but no, again, most people don't know that term, but that is its
Also-
specific genre.
And in many ways, that really is actually what Dune is
Yes.
it's Sword and Planet. It's not galactic battles. It's not spaceship fighting. It's not space stations. It's all planet side and very basic weaponry,
Right?
and basic
Like
human interactions.
Christopher Stasheff's entire subseries. What was it? A Wizard in Mind? No, that's
A
wrong.
Wizard in Rhyme.
No, yeah, I don't think it's Wizard. It's the other one. But yeah, like
The
Christopher
Blue Adept series.
I think it is the Wizard Adept or the Magician Adept or something. But he, like, I don't know, he's written like 19 novels before he stopped. Like, I ate those up when I was a teenager. Every one of them I could find. The Christopher Stasheff, where this is a magic wielding guy, has a spaceship that talks to him, goes down to various human colonized planets that are like doing all this medieval cosplay crap and solving problems like he's Scott Bakula on
The
Quantum
Warlock series.
Thank you, the Warlock series. Y'all, it is wild, and yet it is Sword and Planet, and it is like a love letter to the Sword and Planet concept.
And there is a huge demand out there, just continuing because sci-fi is really close to my heart. If you have a decolonizing take on space opera, that's huge right now. There's
yeah.
such a demand
Yes.
for either not non-colonizing or decolonizing. There's such a strong demand for that in the market right now, if that's something that you can do.
Because people want to see, people are always interested in their lives, but they want it just different enough that they don't get overly attached and they can believe it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
So
no
you make it fantastical.
No genre ever dies. This is
Right.
the important thing to understand. It will morph. It will change. It may change its name 3 or 4 times, like post-punk did in music over the years. Like, it's all the same music, guys. Like,
There's still Left Behind books coming out.
you know,
WTF.
but just make sure that you know what silo you want to be in and really dig into that fandom. There will be a place. It'll probably be on Reddit. It will probably be very confusing when you first walk in if you've not been in a deep dive for a while, because they will have, again, like Lori was saying, develop their jargon. They will have their memes. They will have their in-jokes that are very specific to your silo. But that will teach you everything you need to know about how to categorize what you're doing.
And there's also... there's nothing wrong with just, this is the type of story you want to write. It's just now that you want to market it, here's how you find the places to learn how to market it to find your audience. Of like, I'm writing my story because it's a story I never saw anywhere, and I want to just see this out somewhere. So I'm going to write it the way I like it, and then have a few friends look over it to make sure there's nothing that Twitter is then going to read me the riot act about. And then I will go look up.
Hashtags are so good for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every genre has a hashtag, and I mean all the micro genres have a hashtag. Every fandom has its hashtags. Learn them, follow them, read them. You will see all of your keywords.
And and speaking of, like, that's an easy way, is go find your genre, go and literally go to a website that does them, like best hashtags, and just type in urban fantasy and see what hashtags are associated with it. And that will bring you to the people who are talking about it, are the ones who are using those terms in closer sentence structure.
And this is why I like always recommending going to movies for your research, because when a big movie comes out, like say you write a story and you're like, well, I think I might be similar to the Batman. Search the Batman on Twitter and look at the hashtags. Ignore what people are saying. Look at just for all of the blue, any of the text that turns blue, because they did a hashtag on it. What hashtags are they using? And you'll see what the market is actually looking for, whether they hated the movie or loved the movie. Because that has become the lingua franca of like, why isn't it this? Or why isn't it that? Or why did it have this? Or it just shortens it down into that hashtag. Then you can dig into that hashtag and get more and more data. Because data is power when it comes to marketing. And it's something that people will try to charge you an insane amount of money for, and most of those tools are not worth the money that they cost. Some are, but very few of them are.
Agreed.
Because if
Yes.
if it was going to be worth that, they would already be making that money.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, now seems like a wonderful time to go do another sprint, another little 10-minute. You can do what you want with it. Some of us maybe doing biological things. I'm going to throw this out here. Do you still have something to drink? Is it time to procure a new liquid?
I need some more.
Did you
Yes.
know that popcorn is the snack of writers the planet over? I'm not saying it's exclusively, but I swear you'd think like writers sponsored it. I know so many writers do eat popcorn. So now seems like a wonderful time to maybe check your snack levels and your liquid drink levels and do all the things. And at the very least, check your bladder, see how they're doing. You know, are they still there or have they left? So we'll all see y'all back here in approximately 10 more minutes where there will be more discussions. It will be fantastic. You should totally stick around and we'll see you. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know how to do a red alert. Insert red alert here. There, that one. How about that? How did everybody do?
I got some popcorn based on your suggestion.
Yes, I asked how to make you popcorn, so he's still making popcorn right now. Ours is handcrafted popcorn. It takes a while.
Mine is just pop it in the microwave and wait forever.
And honestly,
then...
for most of it, he was just standing here talking about hashtags for his story. And I was like, because he was talking about demi-romantics and stuff. And that he was like calling it something like anti-thirsty or something. It's not thirst traps, since and stuff. And I was like, they're not thirsty, but they hungry for garlic bread. So yeah, that was since garlic bread is. I'm sorry, what did you say, Charlie?
I've so many hostile ace memes about cake lately. Like it's just
really. I've only seen the ace memes about garlic bread lately. They really seem to think garlic bread's like magic or something. I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, I love it, but I don't love it, I guess.
I know, a perfectly well-designed garlic bread, but which starts with roasting the garlic so that it's just right.
Tom says it's impossible to find fresh garlic right now down here at any of the grocery stores. And believe me, I'm suffering.
I would be suffering too. We go through so much garlic.
That's painful to my soul to hear.
Yeah, it's hard to even find garlic at Sam's Club.
Wow.
I'll take a butter one.
I'm going to tell them what the tagline.
What you got, Tom?
For the demi-romantic,
Go on.
romance.
I'm not going to take your thunder.
These characters aren't thirsty, but they sure could go for some garlic bread.
And so what did I reply?
Write that down!
Before you forget. He says, I don't have my phone with me. And I'm like, how could you? It's the 2020s. You're supposed to always have your phone on you. These are the rules. I did not make these rules.
So I've been working on...
There's my garlic. My
garlic.
I've been working on rewriting the intro to my space opera world for World Anvil because as of the 16th, all of my contractual obligations to the Lord of the Knob Rocket will have fully and completely expired. So I will be able to take all of those stories and do whatever I want to with them. And they are going to start showing up over there, and I am turning this into a huge event because I'm going to also be posting a lot of works in progress and draft stories over there to show how the world is continuing and growing, and hopefully with community feedback getting better the whole time. And so this topic, when Glory first put it forward, I was just like, oh, so you mean that thing I've been doing every day? Would you like me to come and talk about that? Because
this episode is a viewer request, actually. This was one of those of I asked the question, when you're watching Opportune videos or you're reading blogs from writers, what is it you wish they would do or say more of, or like fill in the blank there? And this was one of the requests.
The one thing that we've touched on a little bit, but we haven't really given it the attention it deserves, is that when you're talking about modern SEO, it's not just the tags that you give your video or the hashtags you put in your posts or the actual keyword tags that you put on your website, which is still a thing that can happen in a lot of places. It's the words that you actually use. All of these companies have robots that are going through and translating everything. So every YouTube video you put out there are a dozen robots pulling it apart and making sure that the words are right. And using that as a big way to determine how to share your stuff. So if you have the time, energy, and effort, or the money to hire Megan,
Mhm.
go into your transcripts and make sure that they are accurate. If you don't have the time to do a full cleanup of it, at least go through and make sure any specifically genre related terms that you're using were picked up by the robot correctly, because that will help you out so much. Now, that will help you on YouTube. If you are podcasting, Apple is doing this to all of their podcasts. They're feeding them to the robot and getting a lot of the keywords that way. So is Spotify. So, and there are other places that apparently Amazon is now like my number 3 for podcasts. And I'm hearing that from a lot of other people as well, that Amazon's really coming up. But really, the main 2 places are Apple and Spotify for podcasts. So understanding that if your keywords are spaceship, laser sword, empire, saying that and working those into your spiel every time that you talk, where appropriate, because again, we don't want to be, if you just sit there chanting your keyword, the robots will go, this
Can you
person has
imagine?
lost their mind.
Candle, candle, burning bright. Sorry.
Oh, you know, somebody's going to try that. Somebody somewhere, there's an episode of their podcast that is them just chanting their SEO keyword.
Yeah. And YouTube has already said that for live broadcasts like this, they initially promote it on the tags you use. But if it does not find those tags just actually in the video,
Transcription.
it will then penalize you for using them.
Yep.
That's why it's ideally you want to consider your SEO and your keywords before you even start creating your content. You want to get the keywords that you're going to use and then build off of that. So that way you have a good foundation to create off of. It makes everything a lot easier when you start from the beginning. You know, you
also
come up with these in the beginning.
Yeah. What I realized during the break was it Gloria who said it, or is it Charlie? Just, and I really mean that, like the brain is having a moment about the, does it fulfill a hashtag?
Yeah. No, I said it.
That is what publishers are looking for is, does it fulfill a hashtag? That means they can market it. If it does not fulfill a specific hashtag, that's why they have a hard time marketing your story. And that's why they're less likely to take it. Is they are looking for the hashtags, which are the modern memes. That's what people are talking about.
And I'm not kidding when I say
Charlie going on Twitter and the Batman.
Yeah.
What are they actually saying? How are they communicating that this is what I'm talking about?
And I'm not kidding. Like, we are going to start getting romances in that are going to be hashtag the straights being okay. Because
oh God,
while some people want their drama, life has been filled with so much drama. Like, the wholesome, cozy romance is growing in popularity as a thing because people want to see the straights being okay, and that's the hashtag. Yep. That's the meme. And if you're not familiar with that, with it, you'll see all the tropes. They're all right.
It is a meme, so therefore it'll be, a subgenre soon enough, if not already.
Because you can already hear it in the way people talk of, oh, I love this book. They had such a wholesome relationship. You can start hearing those words when you're talking to romance readers. You can hear it starting to bubble up, and that's what people are looking for.
Although there's 2 different ways to use it, because the conservative usage of wholesome is that it's predictable and old values, versus liberal use of wholesome is that there's not major danger, that everyone is accepting, and that this is a society you want to. But for both of them, it's a society you want to live in.
Yep. And so that's a market that is emerging and starting to grow. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, whatever it is you want to do, because I really discourage people writing to market, because I feel like that's where burnout is.
Mm,
Mm.
good
Um,
point.
and am I allowed to say one bad word on your show?
Yeah, apparently we can do one.
Okay.
Literally,
Um,
YouTube emailed me.
So
I told you I've got a guardian angel over at YouTube apparently, and they're like, "Here, let me help you."
so while I have promoted other books by this person as far as how to like get your writing up to snuff, I really, really like a lot of what Stephen Pressfield's advice is in like The War of Art. But the book I have been listening to on repeat right now is Nobody Wants to Read Your Shit by Stephen Pressfield. And that is the name of the book. And I highly recommend the audiobook version of it because the reader really gives you all the snark that is in the text. Because the whole point and premise of the book is
Tommy
there's a
Means
lot
is
of content
Googling
out there.
on Bard. Sorry, go on, Charlie.
There's a lot of content out there. You're not the only person putting up content. Nobody wants to read your stuff. So how do you go into what is a hostile publishing environment and make them see you, want to actually pay attention to you, and get you through to what you want to, where you want to be? And it really starts with having that humility of nobody wants this. Like you need to understand that right away. Like you're not writing the golden tome that is going to go out onto the market and it's going to be a 100% success right out the gate. That is, if unless you have been writing forever or have a major publishing company about to spend millions of dollars in ads for you, that is not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So start with that from that place of humility and figure out how can I attract the interest of these people? How can I get in there and do the side work that is necessary to succeed in publishing now?
And if
So
you ever need to appreciate how true this is, the most, and I mean this, the literally most critically regarded game on the Super Nintendo bombed and was not popular for over a decade after it came out, called Earthbound. But you look up now, everyone raves about how wonderful it is. But they did not market it correctly at all. Almost no one bought it in America.
So when you're approaching these markets, seeing them first of all as hostile, you have to have that adversarial understanding that they don't want you. So what is the side work? Are you writing a period romance? If you are writing period romance at all, why are you not on your social media talking about the Gilded Age or Bridgerton or any of the things that are in the zeitgeist that are period romance pieces? You need to, because that's how you attract people that are of similar mind and will start coming into what you're doing. Are you writing space opera? I hope you like Star Wars because that's what's eating the market right now. I hope you like The Expanse, or if you don't, give us your hot takes, right? Be in there, be in on the discussion. You'll find your market that way. That's, are you writing Sword and Sorcery? What did you think of Kevin Smith's Masters of the Universe series? Because that's where a lot of these fandoms are at. What did you think? Are you an epic fantasy writer? What did you think of the Wheel of Time series that just came out on Amazon Prime? Are you excited about the upcoming Tolkien series? Finding these topics where you can do the side work of engaging this audience and bringing them in. If you want to see an author who I think does this so well, that would be N.K. Jemisin, who one tweets out all of her research.
Mm-hmm.
So you're already attracting the audience for whatever the next book is going to be. But a lot of her work deals with social justice issues, feminist issues, issues related to the queer experience and to the African American experience and to the African diaspora. So all of her social media is geared towards that and is attracting those people who are most likely to read her books. And she's a really good case study for this. Whether you like her or not, she does this really, really, really well. And that's where you start attracting those readers and getting them to the place where they will even know that you exist. Because it's not going to be a 1-to-1 ratio. You're not going to be able to say, I have I've got 3,000 Twitter followers. That doesn't mean that I'm going to sell 3,000 books when I tweet out my new book comes out.
No.
It does mean I will sell between 30 and 300 immediately to that audience. Because 1 to 10% of your readership, of your social media, are people that are really there, like, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? And will immediately get your stuff. So that's not a lot, but that's not nothing.
Because yeah, like I will buy Doll's book when it comes out that I've already read the story of, that she's reworking. In part just because I want to tell people about it and go, look, firsties. I got an original copy.
And this is so important because you have 300 YouTube subscribers and you're thinking, I've got such a small market. Well, more than likely you're going to sell 3 books to that audience. And you know what? They're more likely, if you say, could you please leave a review, to do that. And you know what that does? That boosts you in the algorithm. If you say, hey, hit me up on social media, let me know what you thought about the book, that increases the engagement around your topic on there. So even if it's just those 3 people, if it's just that one person, that's how you get to where you're wanting to be. And it's always when in marketing, we always refer to it as the 10-10-10 rule. So of the audience that you have, about 10% of them are actually paying attention to you at any given time. And the other 90% forgot that you're there. Of that 10% that's listening to you, about 10% of them are going to actually do whatever you ask them to do, unless it's spend money. And of those that will do whatever you ask them to do, about maybe 10% of them will actually spend the money.
Can confirm. Hello, shout out to Spence. Out of my 1,100 subscribers, hey Spence.
It's insane how well.
Can confirm works. It's literally that.
It's insane how well this metric works. So if you have 1,000 people, 1 will probably follow. If it's higher than that, you have really good engagement. You are doing amazingly well. Like, these are the numbers that are considered extremely successful in the industry. So when you're looking at your numbers, even if they feel small to you, even if they don't feel like they're where you want them to be, you can kind of make some guesstimates based off of them, how you're going to do with that initial outlay, that initial inset of getting things out there into the world. So building that is only going to help you. Yes, the people that come to you and listen to you go off on your feminist rants about whatever may not buy your book, but you attract enough people, and that's the kind of content you write. Well, some of them will buy your book. And that's how the game is played now. Whether that's on Instagram, these numbers just hold up regardless of platform.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. We're called the awkward siblings for a reason.
But no, I'm glad you did that, because it shows.
Yeah, like I'm like, you're absolutely
native
right.
Language, Glory.
What?
She waves in your native language.
Yes. Hi.
Because the first time I ever heard this, I was like, there's no way that it's that specific.
Oh, it is.
And over my career, I can tell you, yeah, like when you're buying an ad and they tell you this ad will be seen by X number of people, right? Because as you're doing your targeting, you can do the math right there. 1 in 1,000 will probably buy your book. So if it's saying I'm going to show this to 250 people, that ad will make you no sales. You will not make any money off of it. It is a waste of your time, energy, and effort. Pick different keywords, target a different
audience. Guess what the minimum number of subscribers is to get sponsorship?
1,000.
Nope.
Oh yeah. Wait, sponsorship?
Sponsorship.
No, sponsorship, not ads.
Not ads. That's monetization. Is 1,000.
Oh wait, is that the 10,000?
It's 5 to 10,000.
Yep.
You need 5 to 10,000, depending on the kind of sponsor, to get sponsorship for your videos.
And this is why.
For the big sponsors, the ones where you really earn like a lot, like in the money in the thousands, you're looking at 25 to 50,000 subscriber minimum.
And that's why those numbers matter, and why you are hurting yourself if you fall for one of the scams that buys you followers. because now you can't guesstimate what your audience is going to do. If those aren't organic, like if you're just doing those, like, because we see the ads all the time in chat, and I'm just like, anybody who, those are for the people who don't understand why these numbers actually matter, because your subscriber count is not there to boost your ego. It's for you to divide it by 1,000 and see how much of a potential market you have actually contacted.
Puppy time.
She's like, you have popcorn. I want it.
Let me smell it,
Doing better
kind
now?
lady. What'd you say, Tom?
She doing all better now?
Yes, she's
Good.
back to her old normal self. We're still giving her the like gentle stomach food, but other than that, she's like,
But she's holding it
give me
down and everything.
popcorn. Let me misbehave.
Nice.
And while I'm on my soapbox and have the
No, it's a good soapbox.
rolling through me, ignore Gary Vaynerchuk
Oh
at
yes,
all costs.
he is terrible. Do not listen to him.
Do not listen to him. He sounds like everything that he says is true if you inherited a business from your parents and got your start that way. So if you did not inherit your business and your money from your parents, it's like listening to Elon Musk. You have to have kind of a springboard to get you started on this.
Yeah, a springboard in the tens of millions.
Because there's only one thing that he says that is valid, and that is be ready to fail a lot. That is the only piece of advice, and it's because it's generic and it's true, and you can find it in anybody's book because everybody will say it. But this is where we handicap ourselves when we're doing any kind of social media, when we're doing ad posts, when we're writing up the blurbs for our books, is we invest ourselves into these things and allow for this illusion of embarrassment.
Yeah, like it's what I learned when I was working in sales doing home parties, of where they talk about you need to get used to failure. You need to get used to being turned down all the time. Yep. And they don't mean like, 10 times in a row, but eventually people start saying yes. Oh, no. And that was where, sharing that information with my mother, she was like, oh, that reminds me of the kissing frog rule that she and her friends and cousins had developed in their 20s, in the 60s. They estimated that they had to go out on dates with 50 different men to find one prince. And when I say went out, it was the 60s. There was contact. It wasn't just meeting for coffee or drinks. There was, saliva.
It was a serious multiple hours long.
There was a let me kiss you so I can figure out how you taste exchange. Okay. So, and she said it was one at they all they literally kept numbers. Yeah, I come by this normal. So they kept numbers and they figured out that each one of them, their stats for finding a quote unquote prince was 1 out of 50 men they kissed. Different men. So even if you kiss one twice, it still only counts as one. 50 for every 50 that each of them kissed, they'd find one prince, and it wasn't always your prince. It might be, somebody who, among your group you could try out elsewhere, and somebody would find, oh, this one works for me, I'll take him. And so, but she was like, yeah, it was a failure rate quite high. And she's like, so we just all realized by the time we were graduating college that we needed to date a lot of men. And yeah, that means kissing, y'all, by their standards. I'm just saying. Before they found anybody that was like a decent human being, because that was their standard for quote unquote calling him a prince, was he's not a lech, he's not a creep, he's, he doesn't always leave his wallet at home, and also he's not always talking about his mother and how she's the most perfect woman in the world and no one else can measure up, kind of. Then why are you dating? Like this kind of thing. And so she said, okay, so sales is very similar to the dating scene. I'm like, apparently, yeah, you're dating for customers, and so we started looking at, well, what is our rejection rate? Since Mom was also doing home parties business with me at the time. This was 12, 15 years ago. And it was, we got turned down. Initially, we were careful about who we asked. So we got turned down 30 times for each person who would accept, to do a home party in their house. But eventually, since we had to eventually widen our reach, our canvas, it was about you're going to get turned down 45 times before you find one person that wants to buy something from you or wants to have a home party in their house. So you got to get used to rejection. And then it was finding that there are ways to essentially net fewer no's to your face. So one of them, which was actually pretty good advice, was to wear a button that had something so people could ask you about it. So it could be ask me what I do for a living, or ask me, how I get stuff for free. Just, it was like these general sales buttons. And we found it took our stats down to, it was like more like 1 out of 19.
Yep.
So it like improved our stats. So we'd have to, because like, let's be honest, you never get over constantly asking people being told no. It gets real awkward. People don't like saying no to your face. So then they don't want to talk to you next time. So how do you reduce that so you're not, accidentally burning bridges?
So when we go to conventions, we have a very bright sky blue backpack that we carry around, physical copies of my books in it. And we printed out tags that have all the book covers on them that just hang off from the zippers. So the books, it's just sitting there, and there are all of these book covers just flitting in the wind while we're walking around, while we're doing things. Also making sure that if you are at a convention and you are on a panel, make sure that you get one of the badges that says that you are a participant.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very important. Because people will say, "Oh, what are you doing?" And then you segue into what you're doing, and hopefully it's related to the fiction that you're doing. And then, "Oh, you're a writer," and the conversation starts. 9 times out of 10, if somebody asks about the covers that are dangling from the zippers on the backpack, they will buy a book. Because they have already passed that threshold of interest. They saw the cover and went, "Ooh, what's that?" Like, they already had that instinct of, "Me want, how get." And then you explain, "Oh, I'm the writer." And now they get the magic gift of not just the book, but the signed book, which, if we know anything about books, is the all holy grail of all books, is the signed one, because it has been touched by the holy hands of the writer.
Yes.
Like, I don't know why any of this matters, but...
As well as you then have the story of they signed it for me, even
Yep.
if it was pre-signed. That's what they're going to say. They're always going to tell their friends they signed it for me.
And
I grew up in Oxford, where we have a bookstore internationally known, quite literally internationally known, called Square Books, that has just rows and rows of signed books, in part because they managed to get the author to actually come to Oxford, Mississippi.
And sign every single book they had.
But people go there specifically just to find signed copies
Yep.
of all these authors for the last 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, and we should probably do an entire episode on this at some point, but having a persona is very important to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Charlie that y'all know is not me. I mean, it's very close to me. And if you've actually been to some of the hangouts that we do in the Discord, that's more me than, many people can probably cope with. But the me that goes onto the internet, right? The me that is on the streams, in the videos, on the social media, is a curated version of me that when people attack it, they're attacking that puppet that I put out in public. And it doesn't affect me as much because my opinions are filtered through the marketing lens of whatever that account is there to accomplish. And so, well, they're just not in my market demo. I guess I can ignore them. And that is a very important technique to develop to help you get through all of these no's. Because you know what? The internet is an evil place, and people will literally just randomly tag I have a new book out with, I'm never going to buy this.
Baby.
Hi,
Megan.
Megan.
Little face. I know it's like she's posing on purpose, but I know what she's really doing is looking at the popcorn bowl.
She's just staring at the popcorn like, come on, give me
Come
some.
in my face. Eventually this Jedi power will work.
And this is where pets come in handy to help personalize you.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, that was actually part of why I
It's the
posted
trick
that
of all
Twitter.
a-holes. Get
That's
a
actually-
pet.
Yeah, that's part of why I posted that tweet over the weekend, listening to Zara's new Rightish podcast. It was the most personable and excited I had heard Regina Duke on anything. And I was very surprised to hear her, having so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, and that's really, again, how you sell those books is you have to be, it does really help to be that person your readers want to know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like why, I reference, of course, now I've forgotten her name so much.
You'd have to give me more of a hint than I reference.
Who's the writer I reference all the time?
Do you know how much I love you?
Diane Duane?
Yeah.
I was thinking of what is her name? Kenny Ofora.
I haven't referenced her in many months, but Diane, yeah.
Many? Try 1 month. What God,
We can talk about this later.
I have to live in this house. Okay.
But again, Diane Duane, or I saw Ursula Vernon, the wombat, posting today about, someone saying it'd be awful if, your opinions got out in public, and her response is, let it be known.
Yes.
No, this is my public image. This is who I want to be around me. The same for Diane.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure the public version of yourself is who you want to be reading your books and who you are marketing towards, so that they can feel comfortable.
This is where that no regrets rule always comes in. If you would regret your grandmother finding out about something about you, are you going to put that online? If you would regret your IRL friends and family finding out a thing about you, maybe you should have a pen name that you operate under. Like this is where that no regrets rule really comes in very handy in asking yourself constantly throughout the process. Like I get at least once a month, somebody put the comment on one of my videos, does being non-binary make you a better writer? Because I always introduce myself as a non-binary sci-fi fantasy writer. I do that on purpose. I write a lot of non-binary characters. If you are completely turned off by that term, don't read me. Go away. Like it's literally there to weed those people out. They are not in my target market. They're not the people that are going to enjoy any of the stuff that I'm writing. And I don't need you here. And you can see it doing its work when you go into the comments and you see that like clockwork, that person come in. Well, does being non-binary make you a better? And it's almost always that question. Like they don't. It's like the new one joke. Like, does being non-binary just make you better? And I just want to answer yes, but I don't.
Because you don't want to take the bait. You don't feed the trolls.
Don't feed the trolls.
Versus, give it a few months to a year, and there's going to be more hubbub in the ultra-conservative crowd because their response to Disney going, okay, maybe we shouldn't be supporting these politicians in Florida is go to Dollywood instead. And then everyone's like, you haven't researched Dolly, have you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't been that quiet. She's just accepting of everyone, but you got to be okay with everyone to go to Dolly stuff.
But this is why, like,
Dolly's more compassionate than Disney, for heaven's sakes. Like, this is why I've been recommending for many, many, many years. People like, hey, have you tried Dollywood? It is awesome.
But like, if you notice, like even right now, the icon that I am using, this is the gay pride rainbow. This is not the actual rainbow. There are only 6 colors here. It is the gay pride rainbow that is in even this image. That is very conscious and on choice and a choice. Notice my branding colors are very often either the rainbow flag or they are the non-binary flag colors, because I'm signaling to my market, hey guys, I'm over here. Because you need to know who you're marketing to, who is out there. And I know that like my non-binary leads probably won't be the next big thing. Who knows? But there is a market there because I know I want to read them. I know other people want to read them. And so you have to send that flag up and say, hey, I'm over here. Come find me. Because if you're not screaming it, and this is the other thing that I was talking to somebody about the other day, be annoying on social media. You never ask yourself, have I said this too much?
It's
No,
so
you
hard,
have not.
Charlie. It's hard.
Remember, everything is algorithmic now. Just because you shared one post saying that you have a new story out does not mean that anybody that's following you even saw that one post.
Mm-hmm.
Sign into analytics.twitter.com and look at how many people actually saw that post that you did. And you'll go, oh, wow. So, like, maybe a third of my audience at most actually saw that I said that.
Right.
Be annoying. But don't say the same thing over and over again. This is where you do your marketing tests. Because if you're lucky, you'll find that right series of words to make that post go viral. And viral, to me, means much higher engagement than anything that I normally do. It doesn't mean that you're all of a sudden up in the millions, which can be really bad for a small creator right out the gate.
It can also, the algorithm will like misjudge everything else from then afterwards.
Yes.
So it actually can be a very big curse.
But if you suddenly, like with my ill-fated Dune video, right? Most of my videos do not get that many views. And there it is with 10,000 views just sitting there on my channel like an albatross around my neck.
Yeah.
But that went viral, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't often think of 10K as viral because when we think viral, we think, oh, millions of people saw this, right? But that's what you're looking for. What went completely nuts for you? If your normal posts get 3 engagements and you got a post with 15 engagements, that post went viral for you. Study it like your life depended on it. Why? What was the words that you used? How did you phrase it? When did you send it out?
Mm-hmm.
Did you happen to luck on when your audience was paying attention and happen on the right time? Study them like crazy. That's how you get better. That's how you get to success.
Well, I know that not everybody realizes. I know I didn't anyway, so I'll mention it. So with your Twitter account, it's just a regular old account until you go to connect your Twitter account to have a Twitter ads account, and suddenly you can then see the business analytics side for free.
Yep.
So I just want to point out this is an option for everybody who has a Twitter account. You don't ever have to use the Twitter business ads aspect, but you will then have for free further access to the business side of the analytics. And so you can see more about your own engagement on Twitter.
And they will show you what markets that you're doing well in, what the demographics are. They actually give you really good actionable analytics for you to use for future marketing. And that's really handy.
It is similar for Instagram. You can also have your Instagram account have a business side, and then you will have further aspect to a limited amount of analytics that you will also be able to see for free.
Yep.
So it's a couple hoops Instagram makes you go through to it, but it's not anything, unusual. You don't have to connect a credit card or anything.
And generally speaking, once you do it for Instagram, you also get access to business.facebook.com, which will let you see the analytics for your pages in a much better way than the actual page analytics. And they will let you schedule for free at business.facebook.com. You can schedule both Instagram and Facebook page posts for free there.
So I just thought of something, and it is simply a different perspective on what we've been talking about, which is, these keywords and hashtags. And I want to talk a much older version, but it might help people have another way to understand this. And in my head, it's simply called the dragon conundrum / the unicorn conundrum, which is on a book cover, if you put a dragon or a unicorn, you had better have a dragon or a unicorn in your story, or readers will not pick up another book by that author because they were deceived. A dragon or a unicorn on a book cover is the equivalent of a keyword or a hashtag for a book.
Yep.
That is actually why that is really what the judging a book by its cover is about. is we are assuming that cover relates to and explains to some degree what this book is about. Even if there's no images and it's simply a white background with the title of the book and the author, we assume that this is a more highbrow story. Like the cover tells us something about what kind of story we're about to get into.
And this goes back to the 3 words we were talking about at the very beginning. At least one of your 3 words should be on that cover.
Mm-hmm. And if your readers, and if people read your book, leave bad reviews, it means they feel deceived about what kind of book they were getting. Which is, again, why you need to find the keywords and the hashtags that talk to the group you are marketing to, that you think this story is for, who will enjoy it. If someone leaves a bad review, it's not that your story is bad. It's that your story was not meant for that type of reader. But for some reason, they found their way to the book. And you need to actually look at bad reviews if you can, or if it is emotionally difficult, get a close friend to read bad reviews and figure out what was it that why they should not have read this book, and make sure it's more clear in the future to your readers.
A majority of bad reviews will tell you somewhere in the review how they felt deceived, what they were expecting, and how this book, your book, story did not deliver. And that will give you a clue of, well, this is what they thought they were getting, and that is not what they received, or they didn't keep reading long enough to get the payoff, and so on, so that you understand how it was marketed wrong for that person. They shouldn't have been marketed for that. Like, especially if you have somebody who'll put down a book in 5 or 10 pages, then, you need to be marketing a little bit differently. Like, for instance, somewhere referencing, like, if you like long reads or something, to, like, again, weed out the impatient readers or something like that, there will be clues in there for your deductive reasoning skills to figure out how to avoid this reader in the future.
And this is a way that you can start incorporating this into your public persona. It's one of the reasons why you hear me drop Robert E. Howard's name a lot. If you are not into Conan and that kind of just pulpy action fiction, don't read me. Like, I'm a little bit more, not quite as crass as he was in a lot of his fiction, but I feel like a lot of my books are on, like, the gay version of the shelf.
I feel like if you worked hard enough, you could be as crass.
Oh, I could.
If you apply
Don't forget, Robert E. Howard only got crass with time as he got more popular. His early Conan was actually
time for you yet, Charlie.
Oh yeah, there's
you
time.
can get more crass.
I have read Robert E. Howard. Even though most people were like, really? I'm like, I like a good story. And, despite whatever you think of Conan and Arnold Schwarzenegger's portrayal, the story Conan has a bit more thought in him, just like Frankenstein's monster, Adam, has more thought in him in the book than in the movie.
Yeah, the Phoenix and the Sword, like, if you've ever read Robert E. Howard's Phoenix and the Sword, I feel like you'll probably like my fiction. And it completely cuts out a lot of people, because when you bring up, you're talking about, like, Bran Mak Morn and Solomon Kane and Conan the Barbarian. Oh, well, I'm wanting, like, Tolkien stuff. I'm not writing Tolkien. Like, I love Tolkien, but, like, there aren't going to be people, like, doing happy little jolly dances and wondering whether they're going to have their 11 C's in my fiction. Like, that's not the stuff that I do. And so being very careful, like, as much as I love Tolkien, you'll notice I don't talk that much about him unless somebody else brings it up, because I don't want Tolkien associated with my brand, because it actually hurts my brand. Because if you're thinking you're getting something like The Lord of the Rings, you're going to be disappointed with the kind of fiction that I'm doing. I'm not writing pseudo-medieval history. I'm writing something very different.
Yeah, versus that's why, like, I bring up Diane Duane, because I write hopeful. I want people who are interested in somehow things work out. You're not sure at the beginning how. It doesn't seem that probable. But something will turn out. I want an audience who is looking forward to that, not upset at the lack of realism in my storytelling, because nothing ever works out that well.
One of the reasons why I talk about N.K. Jemisin a lot. I write a lot of what would be considered hope punk. Like, oh, things are kind of bad now, but don't worry, we'll get there. I don't know how. A lot of us are going to die on the way there, but we're going to get
But they're not suffering anymore.
Sure.
We're going to get there in the end, right? And that's part of crafting that persona, and also knowing that these are ways to add to your SEO and your keywords, because I am writing in similar veins to these authors. So talking about the Wizard of Oz, because I feel like a lot of my fiction has that very kind of childlike glee that that Frank Baum put into his works. Like when I think of like the porcelain children and stuff, like I think about a lot of that and how that hooks up to my story. Hope punk is a wonderful genre. It is actually recognized by both the Sci-Fi Writers of America and the Fantasy Writers of America as an actual genre now. And the Sci-Fi Writers of America actually picked N.K. Jemison's Broken Earth trilogy as the like quintessential example of hope punk. Which, if you've read those books, oh wow, that's a lot to live up to. But I love those books so much. But yeah, it's this idea of that you, in the face of whatever comes your way, that you still have that perseverance, that drive to get through. You're not going to resign yourself to your fate like you would in a normal dystopian story.
Like, actually, I've been thinking for a while, because I'm like on the side of Maggie's audience. There's some of her stories I like and some that are not really written for me. And I've been trying to think of like, all right, how do I describe Maggie to other people? Because you really don't have long to pitch anyone, let alone a writer. And I was listening recently to some short fiction, specifically on LeVar Burton's. And I realized who it is, why Maggie seemed familiar. And some of it was, Robert E. Howard. Like, she also writes in Sword and Planet.
Mm-hmm.
But also, her storytelling style actually reminds me a lot of Stephen King. If you like Stephen King's description, how the characters interact with their world, especially more in the Dark Tower style, you'll probably enjoy a lot of her stories because it does have a similar pacing and style to it. And again, that's what helps with read-alikes, of being able to go find who else is also writing in this style. What are the qualities in common? Because you need to find out exactly what it is people are interested in.
Because if more people knew his name, like my catchphrase would be Clark Ashton Smith, but with glitter. Like that's what I write. But nobody knows him. Nobody reads his stuff, so it doesn't.
Clark Ashton Smith in drag.
Yeah,
at the show.
Yeah.
Jazz hands.
All the jazz hands. But yeah, hope punk was actually coined as all things in the 21st century on Tumblr as the opposite genre for grimdark. Grimdark is on one side of the scale and hope punk is on the other. Like, how can you write a dystopian? How can you write a dark story? Like in grimdark, there's no hope. Like, everybody's screwed. Everybody's going to die. Everything's bad, and it's never going to get better. Mm-hmm. There's at least hope in the hope punk story.
And there are some people who that's what they're interested in reading. Is they're interested in reading grimdark. Mm-hmm. That's what they're looking for. If you put hope in there, they're going to be very upset and write a bad review. The same thing for hope punk. If they think they're reading hope punk and you give them grimdark, they will leave you a bad review.
I like that the Wikipedia article lists the Great British Bake Off as an example of hope punk.
Yes. It is a
Well, I'm not saying I disagree with it, but I'm like, it's like they're listing, like Picard and Sense8, and I'm like, yeah, Great British Bake Off. Interesting take. I did not think of it like because I think of hope punk as like in terms of fiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then here's Great British Bake Off.
No, it is a fiction.
Does anybody think Noel is a real person? I mean, really?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the real Noel just who showed up on the IT crowd?
I feel
Oh,
like
dear.
it. I
Oh,
feel like
dear.
it.
Oh dear.
I don't know how much, Noel must be wearing some very dark sclera lenses that they edit out to not just be blinded by the light.
I feel like it. Yeah.
I just, yeah. This
But
is
I
the
mean, but it
very
does
first
help if you
moment I
know.
ever saw Noel Fielding in the IT crowd. I was like, there's a place I could fit in this world now.
I can't see him without hearing old Greg. I'm sorry. I'm that person. I apologize. If you don't know what I'm, just you may or may enter at your own risk. But the I made one of my best friends because he just walked up to me randomly at a bar and said, "Do you ever drink Bailey's from a shoe?" And just like we've been friends ever since. Like, and if
It
that
would depend on if it was
makes you
soon
go,
enough.
I want context. Do not look up old Greg. That is the least cursed thing from old Greg.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
But yeah, like once you know who else is writing in a similar style, or just what type of genre is your writing style in, you can also
again,
find the hashtags.
You can use the hashtags, and you can then go down those rabbit holes of like looking up those hashtags, say for instance on Twitter, and seeing when people use that hashtag, what other hashtags are they using, and just, you know what? Look, we're writers. We're automatically good at rabbit holes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go fall down that rabbit hole and then go, wait, what? 6 hours have passed and I haven't eaten? Oopsies.
But that's what that real optimization is putting in those specific keywords and hashtags that your audience is looking for, that they are interested in. I'm a photographer, so I have Instagram show me anyone who hashtags Mississippi model. And believe me, there's many images I seriously wonder about because they're in New York. But on the other hand, Mississippi models go far. So
Mississippi girls get around. There is no part of the planet I've traveled to, and they're like, oh, where are you from? And I say, I'm from Mississippi. And the very next thing out of every single person's mouth ever is, I once knew a girl from Mississippi. Seriously. And I'm like, and then they leave it right there. This is every single time. And when I say every single time, I mean, this is at least, I don't know, like 100 different people have now said this to my face. And they then stop talking. Like, so what am I supposed to reply? So I just simply say, well, it's Mississippi girls. We sure get around. What am I supposed to reply? I mean, obviously Mississippi women get around. We know how to take a plane, a boat, a car, a bus, a van,
run a business in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, because we're smart. We're smart enough. Most of them are smart enough to have escaped Mississippi. I, on the other hand, got sucked back in by my mother. Working on it.
So if you ever think to yourself, there's nothing interesting enough about me to have a social media presence to do any of that side of the SEO that we've been talking about, you're wrong. Number one. And number two, well, what are the correlating hobbies that you have? Because if you are writing in a genre you are a fan of, you probably fit somewhat into your genre and into your market profile. So like the type of urban fantasy that I write. Do you like Ghost? Do you like goth music? Have you seen my latest book? Like, I mean, it's right there, right? And so talking about those things that you love that are on brand. Remember, we're always talking about what we're wanting to put into this persona that we're putting out into the world, but that will help to attract other people in there. Like, I love Star Wars, but I talk about it a lot because I have learned over the years, if you like the Star Wars movies, you are going to be badgering me with everybody else for when the next book in the Silver Fox trilogy is coming out. Because I promise someday I will get back to it. I really will. I have it outlined. I've actually started writing it a couple times. And then I get a whole bunch of people asking me, when is this going to happen? And I have a panic attack and I can't keep working on it anymore. So if you just shut up for a minute, you'll get the... Anyway.
So are you working on that short now for YouTube?
Is that what, is that the line George R. R. Martin's now using?
Stabby. Anyway, that's what I'm working on.
But yeah, I've because there's such a crossover there. So it's one of the things that I talk about a lot, because if you hate Star Wars, you're not going to like the techno fantasy stuff that I write.
I don't know. Your stuff is pretty good, and I don't like Star Wars at all. So there's that.
There's
Always
always
an outlier.
outliers, Megan. There's like, you ever seen that bell curve? There's always the little corners. Okay.
Well, it's also what I would say was, and sometimes you may think, oh, everyone in this group will like it, but there's often a divider, like people who are interested in, what's it called when you go find food out in the woods?
Foraging.
Foraging. There's two very different groups. One, we now call preppers, and the other one we call, people with a goblin aesthetic or a, kitchen witch aesthetic. Of they just like nature, or they're naturalist, or of make sure you dig down and exactly figure out, because if you have a bunch of foraging references in your book and you think, oh, well, let me write this to preppers, but it's a hopeful one where, it's not that you're mistrusting the government, you're going to get some bad reviews because they are not the people interested. Cottagecore. Thank you. Thank you, Cherry. That's what I was forgetting. Well, you share something in common, that's not exactly the group that's looking for your story style.
Mm-hmm.
But Cottagecore, they are totally into your story style.
Foraging.
And that's more specifically the keywords you need to be using is for the Cottagecore group, not just people who like foraging.
Well, even now the preppers have split. If you saw my articles about this, there's been another schism in prepper culture between those who are in it for themselves and those who are concerned about prepping for a community, as well as prepping and being a woman at the same time, or prepping and being any other human being that's not just prepping for themselves. Because, one of the things people forget
saw that
about,
coming, though. I mean, who didn't?
But one of the things people forget about is you can try to prep for the end of the world all you want, but guess what? Your period's still coming. And that whole stuff and rags thing is BS. That is not a way to live. I tried it once because I was a teenager, and I've told y'all before about my incredible Victoriana prepping 10-year period. I was really into Little House and Little Women. And I was like, well, let me try it. And it was like, this is ridiculous. No. There is a reason I welcome the 21st century. It hadn't happened yet at the time. And so, yeah, there's been a more identifiable schism within the prepping culture to essentially there's the grim dark preppers, and then the cottagecore preppers who are like, yeah, nature, but also, period products. Maybe
and community.
Good food rather than just food.
And this is where you need to understand the difference between the pop culture filter and what actually happens in the real world. Because once a group comes together, it rarely disbands.
Yeah.
It rarely falls apart. It may change its name. It may develop into something else. We're not talking about the bubble goths in the way that we used to, because a lot of them realized they were furries and have moved over into that community. And a lot of them just went more into
is that what happened to them?
Oh, quite a few.
It's I haven't heard that term in so long. It can buy beer, I swear.
And
yeah, it's right up there with perky goth, which is what I thought I was for the longest time. And I'm like, apparently all the perky goths are gone, and I'm just here by myself.
And some of them moved into the Shiro goth, which is much more into the Japanese goth culture, and that's a whole side thing in and of itself. And so you need to be writing much more kaiden fiction if you're interested in stuff like that. But those markets never went away; they specialized. That's still there, where you can find that really cute but dark aesthetic. It just, they initially found each other and then started weeding themselves out into which groups are we in. Oh, I like the creepy teddy bears, so I'm going to go over here with the furries. Oh, I really like the weird, cyber goth, but really neon colored fashion. And they went over here into the more Japanese side. And you're getting a lot more of the Japanese inflected fiction and art from them. So those cultures still exist. Even when they're completely out of the mainstream and you can't find them, if you go back, this is why sites like Tumblr are so important for this. If you can think of a term, but it's not used anymore, go back into the history of the internet machine and start seeing where the divisions start and what new hashtags they're using to get over into their new communities. You can follow any of these groups to where they are now. All of
Reddit as well for similar techniques. Tumblr, but also Reddit will help you get there, especially using Reddit through Google search. So the way you're going to do that is you're going to type in the word Reddit, and then no, you actually don't have to use .com for it anymore. You just type in Reddit as one word, and then you type in these old-fashioned terms that are not really being used anymore. And try it one at a time, and then go through the first couple pages of Google, and then try, again with another term. And you will start being able to hone in. You can do the same thing with Tumblr, because again, Tumblr search engines suck. So, and that way you can then locate the groups of people you're actively looking for. Try to make sure you spell Tumblr without the E. Because Google is less helpful if you forget and you actually spell things correctly. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
But
then it's like, can I interest you in these cups? These Tumblr cups? No, Google, stop.
And also, like, if it's a very particular fandom, but it's not an active one anymore, but it was back in the day, this is a great way to find them and find out where they're at now. What are the terms that they're using? Like, all of this information is going to be helpful to you. So don't think like, well, nobody's talking about Dark Shadows anymore, right? Or Forever Night, or any of the like classic vampire stories, right? Well, you can still find those audiences. Like, you can trace them and see where they ended up and what they were talking about and which genres that they went into. And surprise for me, the Forever Night audience didn't go over to paranormal romance, which is where I thought that they would have ended up. That's so not what happened there.
Forever Dark was always Demi.
Yeah. And
Forever Night.
Love that show.
I love that there's a Pen Zero reference to Forever Night.
But that's why I'm trying to use like, older stuff, because if that's your references, the stuff that you loved when you were a kid, because a lot of us, if we're honest with ourselves, are writing things that were inspired, and we start realizing, oh crap, that's that thing that I watched when I was, like aeons ago that nobody remembers. One, just dropping the name of it online can be an amazing moment to draw people to yourself, because you don't know if somebody is still searching for that thing. I can't tell you. I've got a friend who does this with like really obscure vampire books from the 90s. And she writes very much in that like Poppy Z. Bright kind of vampire style, if you ever read any of her stuff. And she starts dropping these old book names in her Twitter, and all of a sudden this audience like flocked out of nowhere and like, you remember those books? And like instant audience, because every now and then they're like, oh, I remember liking this thing, and they do a search, and then oops, they found her. And she started developing her audience that way. You never know what the keywords are that are going to attract people, which goes back to that one true thing from Gary Vaynerchuk. Fail early, fail often. Nobody might care about that weird, obscure reference that you made. Nobody might even, maybe no one will even get it. It's fine. You put it out into the universe. You try the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't wed yourself to any of these terms that you're finding, because you have to find the ones that work for you. And this is why those websites that are like, give us your monies and we will tell you exactly what to tag everything with, especially the ones for Amazon, are not worth the money, because they're not what's going to attract your audience. They're what on average might possibly get somebody maybe interested into something kind of sort of like the thing that you might be kind of doing a little on Amazon. And that's not as helpful as they think it is.
Yeah.
Because if you're young in a a job, you need to first find the fans. You need the stark raving fans more than you need just general people knowing your name. You need the cheerleaders.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they keep you going.
Mm-hmm.
How much do I have to cheerlead you, Glory?
Y'all. I've been trying to not write for 15 years, and Tom is like, I'm not giving up on you yet.
How many how many I don't know what to call them, but trailer shows of mediocre stories and movies have I made you watch? Of here, I know you say you're not inspired. We'll talk again in an hour.
I would literally sit here and be like, no, all I write is crap. I'm just an absolute hack writer. Nobody wants to read my stuff. Throw myself on a pillow, and this is true. And then Tom will start some absolutely crappy movie. And I'm like, I don't want to watch anything. He's like, I didn't ask you if you want to watch anything. I just want to watch something, and I want to sit here in your room and watch it, whatever. And then I watch it, and I'm like, this is absolute crap. Why are you watching it? And you say, I'm just curious. And eventually I get disgusted.
People actually organized together to make this movie. I just thought you should know.
Disgusted and be like, I can write better than this. And he's like, prove it.
But are you?
Tell you how many times he's tricked me this way in the middle of one of my emotional temper tantrums over the last 15 years. Because honestly, it was like, every 2 or 3 years, I would just be like, no, this is it. I'm done trying. I'm not getting feedback like I'm looking for from people. I'm not finding readers. It's not worth this headache. I'm going to just paint nails. I'm done. And Tom's like, let me watch some trash. Let me watch some trash around Glory.
There is a profile on our Amazon Prime account because of my tendency to look these up on Amazon because it's easier to find the trailers and just check them immediately. It's used to be the Prime account. It is now labeled Hot Mess.
Because it recommends the worst stuff.
Yes.
So it has nothing to do with how we actually want to watch. It's trash. It only recommends awful stuff and anything with Barry Bostwick in it.
Oh, then it's good. If you've not seen Transmorphers, I don't care if you like Transformers or anything to do with the giant robot franchise. Everyone needs to see this movie because it got money, y'all. Someone paid to make this movie. If you think that you have no talent, watch Transmorphers. Only the first one, they go really far downhill after that.
Just look up Barry Bostwick's IMDb of what he's been in just in the last 20 years. And it is, what was that Carnival one? It was terrible.
Barry Bostwick will show up.
He made a trilogy of these Carnival movies, and they are all like Carnival of Hell or something.
Barry Bostwick will show up when Adam West won't.
And that says a lot.
Yeah. But, I mean, what he's in, it's not like it's terrible. It's fun terrible.
Yeah.
It's fun bad movies versus just boring bad movies, which is a sin.
Well, I feel like this is the one thing that Futurama got right. In the future, we think people are going to be talking about the MCU or any of the things that came out of the 2000s. They're going to be talking about Sharknado. Yeah. Because so many copies of Sharknado existed. It spawned they're going to be talking about snakes on a plane. These are the things that the archaeologists of the future are going to be talking about for what the great literary achievements. Here's the art of the aughts.
This Paranormal Activity.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because of all of the memes. We have this weird meritocracy idea because we don't understand that the word meritocracy came from a book that was a satire that, yeah, sure, the good ideas rise to the top. It was a joke that nobody got and went, hey, let's say that that's what really happens. But anyway, most of the things that we remember in history are the things that were such trash, they got spread everywhere.
Yes.
So we still found copies of them.
Yeah.
That's the real lesson of history. We tell ourselves, I want to be remembered. I want to write something that will last. Oh no. Do you think we remember the Bronte sisters simply because they wrote fun books? Oh no, it was the drama. Everyone read the Bronte sisters because of the drama around them. A lot of people had those books on their shelves and never touched them just so that they could go, oh, did you hear what Emily did?
Glory, the first Hunger Games. What was the limit the library put on people allowing to donate Hunger Game books?
You could not donate more than 3 Hunger Game books in a month to us. We would literally, if you insisted on donating more, we would hold it above the trash can and say, I'm going to do it. And then watch the person go, oh, fine, I'll take it back. Just don't put it in the trash. We literally, we're holding a baby over a pit. I'll put it in the trash if you leave it here. And they're like, no, give it back. I'll find another home. They just wait for next month to donate it again. Like, so many copies, y'all. And they're all badly printed. They all pop out of their cover.
Or what was it? The Paris Wife?
Ugh, isn't that one about Hemingway's first or second wife?
Yeah.
Oh, God. So many copies of this shitty book about a shitty marriage.
Yes.
So write the trash. Write the stuff that people are going to share. And also, don't think that you're protecting your legacy, because there's nothing you can do to do this. Edgar Allan Poe, during his lifetime, was known for having a great sense of humor, being a really funny guy, and for writing really witty retorts and reviews. Nobody, if you asked during his lifetime, probably knew that he wrote horror fiction.
Tell me about the orangutan, Charlie.
Like, that's all that he did. That's what he was known for. But one guy really hated him and wanted to, like, ruin him in life and the afterlife, and went, did you see all this really bad pulp fiction that he wrote? Like, there are ghosts.
Also said he was a drunk.
Yeah. Like, made up all, like, everything that you know about him is probably a lie, because one guy was upset. And it was about something that happened at college, too. Like, it was like a stupid, like, he got into a fight with a guy in college and he tried to ruin his career.
It was a burn buck.
It is. Like, that one picture that you know where he just, like, you just want to, like, comb his hair. Like, it's the one picture that's everywhere. He had so many portraits made, but that one was used so much because this one guy always paid for copies of it to be made. You don't know what you're going to be remembered for. Don't think about it. Don't have that on your mind at all. Like, is this my legacy? You don't know. Like,
yeah, I used to worry about bringing shame to my family for the crap I write. Honestly, what actually happened first was a lot of them died off, so I felt freed for it. But I'm just saying, like, you don't have to wait for your family to die for you to not worry, because it turns out none of them actually felt that way. Like, Tom was like, we're going to have to do therapy now. Let's talk about each of his family members. And would they really have been ashamed if you'd printed this trash while they were alive? And the answer is no, they would have been proud. They would have bought extra copies.
Right. Charles Dickens was famous for the Penwick Papers. Have you ever heard of the Penwick Papers?
Oh, God, there's so
I have them on my...
But that's what I'm saying, though. When I say Charles Dickens, that's not what comes to your mind. But during his lifetime, that's what he was famous for. Mark Twain was famous as a travel log writer. He was a travel blogger of the 1800s. That's how he made his living. That's what he was known for. People invited him everywhere and paid lavish speaking fees to hear him talk about Egypt and the Middle East. That's what he was famous for while he was alive. We know him as the writer of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer and all these other things. They did not. So I see so many writers worrying about their legacy or how this is going to affect their long-term career. You don't know. Like, the only advice I can give you is, if you're secretly a TERF, just stay quiet, or you will end up like J.K. Rowling, regretting this, because you can see it in her interviews or like Graham Lanningham, who literally is doing interviews crying right now because he can't get a job because no one will hire him because he just wants to insult people. Why won't you hire me?
Because you're a TERF, buddy.
Put your stuff out there. Find your audience. And honestly, the smaller the niche, especially as you're getting started, the better, because it's going to be more likely that you can get those rabid fans quickly and early. So what is it that you love that you don't see anywhere? That's why April Daniels has the trans superhero market on lockdown, because her books are, one, amazing, and who was writing trans superheroes at the time? Nobody. But those of us who like superhero fiction searched it. Her book came up, and we went, and then we read it and went, and now, like, you can't write a trans superhero without somebody going, have you read the Sovereign series by April Daniels? Because it's just assumed, right? That's a niche of a niche of a niche of a niche.
Mm-hmm. True.
Also, it's how humans work. Humans can only hold two ideas in their head at any given time. So it helps if you're the first person to have that type of idea, go to that niche. Because otherwise, as you just heard, you're going to get compared against the titans of that area who've had a lot more time to develop their storytelling style and their fans and people's interest. I mean, people forgive. So if they like your story, they forgive so much of poor writing or poor story development and plot development. They forget how rough some of your stuff is, especially the early stuff.
Yes.
Like I earlier I was watching a angry video game nerd sort of review of Earthbound, and he's talking about, the first half of, it's a great game, but no one liked it. And then you think because I like this game, though, I'm going to let it pass for all the problems. No, here's all the problems and why this game still is annoying as hell. Why did they do this? But you don't hear that from the fans because they enjoyed the game. They remember the beginning. They remember the end. They remember how they felt on the trip.
Mm-hmm.
That is what matters.
Yep.
So, the more niche you can find, the more specific groups who feel they are underrepresented, and give them something they enjoy, the more they're going to just talk your praises and forgive every mistake, every plot hole, every twist
Every
that
oversight.
just didn't work.
Yeah, everything that didn't pay out, they'll hold out hope that you will eventually address it in another story.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they'll let you know which ones you forgot to pay out, so you owe them for that. So go write another story in that
And
same
they
world.
will remind you.
Yeah.
How much did people do that to Discworld, to Pratchett?
Yeah.
Okay, you implied this. What happened to that character? Fine, I'll put them in the next.
He literally left in his estate all the stuff he could get done, like outlined before he died, so that others could eventually start writing in it and finish it for him. And that is what's his name, who's taking care of the estate. That is one of his jobs, is to figure out which writers are interested and can write in this world and finish these bits that Pratchett just couldn't finish to satisfy the fans. But yeah, he left I think a couple hundred pages worth of stuff because he was like, I'm sorry, I can't finish this before I go, so here, I'll try to leave as much as I can for the rest of you.
And if you haven't noticed, I've been talking a lot when we're talking about SEO about our personal brands, a lot, as much, if not more, than the books. If you want a career, that is what you want to sell. There are two kinds of readers that you can attract, and those are book readers and author readers. And you want the latter. You want somebody who's going to be into your fiction. Like, book readers are great. They will buy copies of your book and they will go. Like, if you're just writing throwaway books really, really fast, get on Kindle Unlimited. There are a lot of book readers on there. Get on Radish if you're a romance writer. There are a lot of book readers on there. They will never remember your name, but they will read through your books like crazy. And if you're able to churn out fiction at a high enough rate, you will be able to make a career doing that. But if you're like the rest of us, you need people that are into what you're doing, into your worlds, into your settings, into your stories, thinking in larger scopes. The reason I'm always talking about my worlds as more than my books is because all my sci-fi takes place in the same setting. So once you've bought into my setting, you're golden. We're just going to go over here and talk about these characters now. You don't have to do the initial investment. I've taken care of that for you. All the terms that you've learned in the previous books, it's fine. Let's go on and continue in this journey. Because if you want to have a career, which I think a lot of us do, and if you don't, that's fine. Hobbyist writers are great. More power to you.
Oh yeah, that is a wonderful way to like decompress.
If you are looking for a career, you want to attract a following around you and what you are doing. And if you're not doing that, then you need to be considering how fast you can rapid release. Like these are really the options that you have right now. Because let's be honest, and I'm not saying anything about the quality of her work, but Jenna Marassi's readership is there because of her personality. Like they have bought into what she's selling and they will buy those books because she has attracted a market to her. Whereas Kennedy Fox is on the other side of this. And they're just looking for readers. They're putting out, what did she say, 46 books in the last 2 years?
Yes, something Like,
Something like that.
Something like
It
that.
was in, it
Yeah.
was in the upper 40s.
I didn't even know that was humanly possible for two people to do.
You know, so like those are the two models. Like if you're wanting to make it in this industry as a business, if you want it to be a career, these are the two paths that you have. And so you need to figure out which one are you. Are you going to risk the burnout? Can you actually sustain the pace to do the rapid release and just go to the place where there are readers, get on the Kindle Unlimited, get on the Radish, get on whatever the bandwagon is that will push readers through and get the monies that way? Or are you going to develop a fan base that will follow you through your journey? And I know for myself, because I can't write that fast, I can't sustain that much output over 1 year, much less an entire career.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what everything else ties into. And you need to be, and please be very careful about this. We writers like to talk to other writers. Those writers are not necessarily the people who will buy your books. So be mindful on how you're considering like your AuthorTube channel. That may help you sell some books, but more than likely, that's where you're going to just find some compatriots and some friends that are going to help you out along the way and not so much actually build a readership going forward. So be very mindful about that and what kind of a personal brand you want to develop, because that is the landscape right now.
And to give you a sense of how much people will follow you around for a personal brand, if you watch whenever Gloria and I do Creative Recharge, you'll see us, I swear, half the episodes, we will reference Phil and Lord.
You reference.
I reference Phil and Lord, who are these writer-directors. And literally, they only have one story they tell.
The pony can only do one trick, y'all. Okay? It's a great trick.
It's a really good trick.
But that pony literally only can do one trick.
But they have now written this into, I lost track of how many movies.
How many universes?
Mitchell and the Machines.
How many story universes they have written it in, particularly when
the
they
Lego movie.
Start the universe. Cloudy with the
And then Lego Batman.
Star Wars. Right?
Lego Ninjago.
Oh my God.
One of these days we'll get the rest of Clone High, they promised.
Like they have written this one trick pony into so many story universes.
But you know what? They write
do a great job. They deliver every time.
And you know what you're going to get.
Yep.
So I know it's ridiculous.
Pony.
I know, but I know ahead of time what I'm getting into every time they get hired. And it's like, all right, let me go see
Tom's
how
like,
they
we're going to buy
story.
that one. We're going to buy that movie. We're going to buy access because we know what we're going to get and we will have a good time because we know what, Lord and Miller will deliver. And they're right. So it's like, yeah, okay. Why not?
I believe this is a reference to Candy Fox.
Yes. He says, I think it's amazing that more than 2 a month, an enthusiastic M is there for the challenge, but realistic M is beating her with a bat and locking her in a closet. Yeah. Those two.
But like the reason you follow Pratchett, we followed Pratchett was because we knew roughly what style Pratchett was always going to talk in. There was always a certain amount of irreverency and farce and satire in these stories of injustice.
Yes.
Terry Pratchett was the uncle who you'd like to go over to his house and be like, here, let me go get you a drink. So tell me again about that time in high school.
Yes.
When you and Dad, like that's Terry Pratchett's whole brand. Yes. And whether he's talking about the Angels with Neil Gaiman or any of the Discworld stuff, that's who Terry Pratchett is. And that's a wonderful brand to have.
Yes.
The same thing you see with Stephen King. You hear Stephen King, you hear paranormal, most likely modern times, unexpected situation. You know kind of what you're going to get into.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you don't get that, you're going to be upset. But as long as you get that, the readers are there no matter how long those books get. I mean, what was it, Under the Dome?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Such a long book and then a long TV series.
To request these audiobooks on a CD or cassette, because some of them are so old they had never been issued on CD. And just like the box arrives, and I'm like, oh, what else did we order from this library? No, it's just the one Stephen King audiobook in there. And like, oh, great. And it's taking up half of an entire tub going into in-transit library branches, just having to do an extra tub for that branch because the Stephen King audiobook is so huge.
But the audience is there because it's Stephen King, not because of this story series.
Yeah.
And I know I get a lot of heat for constantly using her as an example, but this is the problem that J.K. Rowling had before the whole Queen of Fifth Island thing. She established a brand as, I'm going to write these kind of preteen magical mystery stories that are kind of going to be whodunits, that you're going to have to there's going to be mysteries to solve. You can solve it along with the kids, and they're going to be filled with whimsy and wonder. That is the brand that she developed, which is why she had to take on her drag persona to write anything else, because everybody in business knew nobody wants your detective fiction. That's not your brand. That's not who you sold yourself as. Nobody is going to want this.
And now that he's a TERF, you see how the production companies are literally separating her name from the Harry Potter world and finding other terms to use that avoid any form of her name, because her name and brand is not selling it anymore. It is now a detriment.
She really drove herself into a corner in that was the one whimsical, magical idea that she had. And if that's going to be this is where you have the glorious thing of being having the option of being indie published. You can create several brands for yourself. If sometimes your ideas are going to be, just real world mystery fiction, and some of them are going to be whimsical, magical fiction, create your two brands, make sure people know who they are, how to find which one, and develop your marketing that way. Because if you will get pigeonholed. Stephen King has written a lot of stuff that is not horror. Like, I would say the majority of his fiction probably would not be in that class. Some of the fiction that is really some of his best fiction and most interesting fiction is not in that class. But it is the brand that he established early on, because when you think of him, your mind immediately goes to Pet Sematary and It and all of that. Misery. And he will never get away from that. And he knows that, which is why initially he wrote under about, 5 pseudonyms?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like, yeah.
And then everybody figured out they were all Stephen King and went, we're mature enough to realize that he writes other things too. So,
and that they liked it. It helped, like, they actually liked the books.
Because they liked his writing style. And now they're all...
I much preferred non-horror Stephen King.
Yeah. And so, he could have been really pigeonholed if his publisher had not let him go out and do these other experiments where he was able to prove that. You have the freedom to be able to do that for yourself.
And
yeah, I mean, like, that's a perfectly good reason, like Spence has said, of several ones, including, like, one's her name, but there's one entirely unrelated name.
Yep.
And then one no one ever has to know that's her.
Yep.
That's just if people want to read that kind of story.
Yep, that's what I did. I've got most of the genres are variations of my name, but it's so that readers can tell the difference, so they know what they're going to get. And then one that is entirely has nothing to do with my name, and that is for the things I do not want to put my name on.
I write everything under this. I currently have everything published under the same name, but very clear branding on all of them, so that you know what you're getting going into it from me. But I do consider most of my fiction to be all ages fiction. Like, they're not written for kids, but I wouldn't be mad if kids read them. Kind of fiction. I do have a pen name already picked out for any truly adult stories that I want to write that I would not want kids reading, to make sure that I've got a firewall there in my own brand. Because
also, I think we brought this up a few times over the years, but readers don't follow between genres. So there's usually not much
depend
research
on that as a group of your readers following. They're not. So to be aware. So it actually makes it easier if you use different pen names to signal to your readers, even if you are more open about what your pen names are. It signals so they know which genre they're looking for. Of when you're coming out with a book in that name, they know, okay, this one's for me because this is the actual name
Of like,
I follow.
Because like I try to read Terry Pratchett's other genres, namely he wrote in middle grade.
Yeah, the
Johnny,
Bromeliad and Johnny and the Bomb.
Well, the Johnny series, because there's a couple different ones. And I wasn't that interested in either of those type of stories. It wasn't, that they were bad stories or poorly plotted out. I was not the audience. But Discworld, all of it, whether it's young adult or for, adult readers, I liked all of that stuff.
And that all needs to be SEO thought out in and of itself. Like, I'm very happy that my first book that came out was science fiction. So it was just initials, because that was almost every sci-fi book on the shelf when my first 15 years ago, when my first book came out, was initial last name. And if you had the more initials you had, the more likely you were to be successful. Like, get all them R's in there.
Yeah.
But, so I was very lucky that was how I branded everything, so that when I did change my name, most readers had no idea, because I was very conscious to keep my initials the same, so that when I say Charlie, you see C. Dorset. Oh, well, C stands for Charlie then. And it's all fine and dandy and everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But making sure that you're within the conventions of whatever your genre is. And those are getting really, really interesting and fun. Because I've noticed in certain romance genres, there are certain titles that are starting to appear mixed in with people's names that will really set you off, and be sure that you're telling people, oh, that's the kind of thing that I'm writing. Like, be very careful if your book is written by Lady something something. Those stories are going to be very special. And probably not for general audiences.
Probably not.
But that's very important to know your market, because a lot of that is baked into it.
So, are there any other things that anybody hasn't said yet about keywords, optimization, hashtags, SEO that they, want to be sure to get off their chest?
Don't stress about them. You can change them. This isn't... Publishing has changed so much, but our mindset about it has not. And yes, once a book has been released, that book has been released. Yay, fine, wonderful. You can always go back and change the metadata around it at any point in time. You can go back and change the text of the book at any point in time. And if you are a series writer, you should be doing that, because every time a new book comes out, a new addendum needs to be added with the list of your books. They should be refreshed every time you have a new book come out. So these things are not locked in stone. So that paralysis that we often have over how do we set these up, just tell it no. Because it really doesn't have a place to be there. If you pick the wrong keywords, try again, try harder. It's like what we said earlier, fail early, fail often, and just expect it. And that's not because, pessimism is the wave of the future. It's, if you think that you're going to be perfect, you will never publish.
Mm-hmm.
So just find the words that you think are the best for right now. I know when I was really active in Kindle Vella, and I'm probably going to be getting a bit more active over there again in the not too distant future, I would look at the top books, the top Vella stories, whatever I'm supposed to call them, series in the categories that I was in, and look at what keywords are they using. Looking at those top 10s, what are they using? What words are there, and changing my keywords to be like, oh, people are actually looking for that one instead of that one. Okay. And constantly updating it. And that's how I was able to keep those stories selling. This really is an industry where you will get out of it what you put into it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, as long as you're willing to put in the legwork, like you can always perfect this over time.
Another source of keywords that we have left out, but you should definitely not overlook and utilize as much as possible, is ask your readers how they would describe your book to other people.
Yes.
What are the terms that stand out?
And I can't believe we missed like the big elephant in the room. Find a series that's like yours, go to AO3 and look at the hashtags.
Yes.
How are people hashtagging stories that are even remotely like yours? Because that's very definitely what that audience is looking for. And I can't believe it took me to now to remember to say that one.
That's why I asked this. Hey, that's, you know, what is still on your chest? How about you, Megan? Is there anything?
I'm typing up some links right now
Okay.
to some of my favorite SEO resources, or at least two of them that I particularly like. Here's the first one, so you can post that in, and then here's another good.
And if you're curious about the popularity of your terms, we haven't brought up Google Trends in here, or because I think they merged Trends and Insight together now. But you used to have two great tools, which was Google Trends and Google Insight, but I think they deprecated one of those, and I can't remember which one right now. But it will show you the popularity of those terms over time. You can compare them to other words and see their current popularity. So,
Megan, were you
the
trying to do beginner's guide? Pause, because it's giving me a 404 for that.
I'm on the webpage right now. I don't know. I'm looking at the link on that you have on the screen, and it has the %20, which is not in the actual link itself.
Well, that should just add a space in, so it might just be a interpretation problem.
Yeah, when I typed, I like literally copied what you had in private chat, and I literally put it in a tab, and that's what it gave me was 404. Oh man, Roger's totally lost.
Yeah, there's a space.
If you go to let's see if I can get there from.
Yeah, that %20, just take it out. There's a space that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, because without the space, it'll link.
Yeah.
Must have glitched somehow.
Oh, I put the space in there. I see it now.
I see.
Yeah, I was very happy I didn't have my camera on. I could do the old people zoom right in on the screen and go, is there a space there?
Okay, now we got
Moz.com they do a lot of research.
Yes.
So they don't just like magically come up with these. They test them out to make sure that they're giving you accurate information, and they have some great tools to use too. Yep. I recommend exploring the website, not just looking at this one article. They've got a lot of great stuff on there.
They really do.
And then the other one that I shared is Ahrefs, Ahrefs. I don't know.
Ahrefs.
Yeah. They are another great website. They tend to do a lot of research as well, and they have a lot of they're a little more advanced, I think, in their way they explain things. You kind of are going to need to like have a dictionary of marketing terms to use this, but they explain everything very clearly. And this particular article shows you how to do YouTube keyword research. This is specifically for YouTube SEO, and it tells you how to use like these tools to get the research you need to find these keywords that you are looking for. So those are some good websites, reputable websites that you can.
Aren't just trying to sell you a service.
Well, they are trying to sell you a service. Both of them sell a service, but they give you actual good information. They try to
they actually tell you their methodologies.
Yes. And if you follow them on social media, they give you they have a lot of great content. That and Rand Fishkin, who used to be the owner of Moz.com.
Mhm.
And now he does SparkToro, which is another great website. Not necessarily for SEO purposes, but it can help you finding content and stuff for social media and stuff like that.
And do not follow old. If you do a web search and the article that you find is more than, I would say, 3 years old, ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
The search engines basically watch what people are using to optimize and then counter program against it.
Mm-hmm.
So you may accidentally get yourself blacklisted.
Yeah, get
or
fresh
just-
information. Don't do anything you would find on blackhatseo.com.
Yeah.
Like that is a website that you go to figure out what not to do.
Yeah.
Because they do all the bad things that will get you blocked, banned, and will destroy whatever you're working on. Like, do not do it.
I have had to explain to so many people that no, you have not been shadow banned. You did a dumb. Here, let me explain to you how to undo a dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the algorithmic gods will forgive you. Like, here's where you go to do penance. Because Google is rather unforgiving. And if they see any of their ban techniques in use,
Yeah.
they're a dark god.
Yeah.
Yes, you are at their mercy.
Yes, very much so.
Well, next week we are going to talk about titles, working on engaging titles for anything. Not necessarily specifically for stories, because in our family, we always play this game actually originally in reference to newspaper headlines. This is where this game started for us. But also, if anyone else has title games that they would like to introduce, or just ways that they like to play coming up with titles, trust me, we'll figure out how to gamify that. We're very open. We may have guest Charlie. I don't know. It'll depend, I'm sure.
Depends on how Wednesday goes.
Yes. As well as it's something that Charlie and I actually talked about doing, and either live streaming or just doing it for our own fun, of showing how Tom and I play variations on this titling game. Like literally actively, okay, let's start with a story. Tell me a basic premise or a basic concept of it. And then various ways we play this game. And literally show you our resources, which are all public resources that we use, and how we riff on this. And this is literally how our family sits at the dinner table rather than having to have real conversations. Our family, rather than actually having to talk about our day, because none of us want to talk about our day, instead we'd play dinner games like these. So there you might have like, do you remember back in the day of newspapers and magazines? And you'd hold it up and go, okay, this is the title. Let me tell you what the basic, article's about. Now, how could we have done this better? And literally everybody around the table takes a turn, and then maybe we do a couple rounds, whatever, till we, as a group, have decided we have found a better title than what was used in the publication. We'll do this till we're happy with titles, but sometimes we do it till we giggle. And sometimes we do it for our own story. Sometimes we do it for others, like, professionally published things or movies or anything. So, since apparently no one else grew up this way,
Tom in a house of editors.
Yes, an entire extended household of editors. Tom suggested we do this as an episode. This is one of Tom's pitches. That we actually do it with everybody else. And, which again, everybody's welcome if you're interested in joining us on screen, either to pitch your story, to get title ideas, or to just play along in chat or on screen. We would love to have other people play with us rather than it just being who thinks on a screen. And also, for all I know, that you've all got even better ideas of resources where to like start riffing off of other titles. So that's what we're planning on sharing next week, and hopefully more of y'all will learn this game, start playing it with your friends and family, your children. It's something fun to do in car rides, by the way. And like maybe we can make this like a pastime. It is a fun. One of the things I actually like about this game, why I played it since I was a little kid, is it is a very fun way to play with other people, and there is no clear set winner other than everyone agrees, oh, I like that one the best, or these are my top 5 favorites that we've come up with, kind of thing.
It's kind of like apples to apples.
Yeah, because like it's no, one person is the clear winner. Who cares? I like it that there's not necessarily a clear winner and a clear loser. It's just a fun riffing game, or an improvisation game, if you will. But yeah, it's like apples to apples. It doesn't matter about who's in the lead. Nobody really keeps score of like how many titles have you come up with that we all agree is great. It's just more like a way to pass time. So there are different ways to play it. We even do it in our where we literally riff hilarious store names. And we'd often start with a subject like grocery stores, names that grocery stores should be, or names that grocery stores should definitely not be. Or like fast food joints, burger places. However, like we used to play it as kids just for fun, like while driving. Literally, you're driving past all of these, fast food places. What's a better burger name or a worse burger name? But it's a really actually fun game to play for writers. Since guess what? We've always got location names we need. So it's actually a really fun exercise for writers. It's really fun to play with your non-writer friends. Because as I said, anybody can play this game. I have literally played this game with kindergartners. I've literally played this game with an entire group of special needs kids, and including those with developmental disorders and so on. Anybody on the planet and can play this game. You do not need to have English as a primary language. So it is a really egalitarian kind of concept to riff on these sort of names and titles and location names and all this. And it turns out you're also growing writers when you do it. So yeah, we just wanted to share all these kind of variations.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, I have an idea. Hello, you can't see my hand, but I'm waving, like.
I'm sorry. The cat and dog were playing, and the cat scratched the dog, and the dog went a little crazy.
Aww.
Everybody.
Babies.
I would say, in those veins, it's like, welcome to Meat Burgers. We promise it's meat.
Yes.
Or, for grocery store, welcome to Surprise Worm.
Find the surprise worm. These are terrible names. But they're so much fun. So, and also, by the way, I have played this with people who had just experienced a trauma. And it is a wonderful way, even people who are highly distracted and tearful. It is a very calming, therapeutic kind of game to play because, as I said, it ain't about anybody. So you just play it of like, name the worst idea for clothing stores. Tops and bottoms, I remember this because this was my very first entry ever in this game when I was 8, and my mother's like, really? Tops? I'm like, yeah, I need a store that's just tops, and I need a store that's just bottoms. And it was only later when I grew up that I realized the double entendre. And so, yeah, of like, you come up with some real gems. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Why not? Yes. It is a super fun game you can play with anybody on the planet. And so we were gonna like definitely introduce you to and exhibit how to play these games.
And we'll see if we can find that list of 50 Pulp Fiction titles.
Oh yes, I still have to look for that. The problem is that planner has also gone missing, and I'm pretty sure it's in the back of the planner.
But it's just we can show you like the different ways we do these. But I mean, as several publishers and a few writers who've also been publishers say, like, you need that title that catches their attention first. Yeah. Don't judge a book by its cover, but you first judge it by its cover and then you judge it by its content. It's just
I never would have read Robert Jordan if I wasn't a kid in the 90s and saw that cover to Eye of the World.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the cover and went, "Ooh, what you?" and picked it up.
I mean, they looked like classical paintings.
Mm-hmm.
That's what got me into Anne McCaffrey. I saw the cover for Dragon Song.
Yes. That was how I got into Dragon Song as well. I saw the cover. And was like, oh, you have my attention.
And then that title is just... because
yeah, I never thought about dragons singing before.
Yeah.
It never occurred to me.
Let alone an entire profession.
I understood. I didn't have an issue with dragons of various sizes, but it just never occurred to me that lizards or reptiles or dinosaurs even would sing up to that moment. And then I was like, oh, that's genius. Go on. Oh, now there's an entire world built around this sort of, when I don't mean like actually built around, but this entire story is built around this idea of singing dragons.
And it was only later books that went into the origins of this when there is an audience for it. It's not you have to start at the beginning. You start where it's interesting.
Right. So yeah, that is the kind of thing that we are going to play around with. And of course, if anybody else has little ideas for how to find titles, how to stimulate your ideas, we absolutely would love to hear it, love to share it with everyone else, because together we will get better. Also, it's just fun. Okay, let's be perfectly honest. My selling point here is this is going to be an entire fun episode. We're just going to play games, y'all. Anne gave me so many grumpy interviews about her dragons were not magical. I love grumpy people. Especially when I don't have to directly interact with them.
She did go to so much effort, and yet they kept trying to put it into the fantasy genre.
Because it's that keyword, dragons.
Yep.
If you're going to use the keyword, understand the people that are attracted to it, that keyword. So, yes. All right. Well, if anybody else, by the way, everybody's links are down below. Yes, I did update with Charlie's. And Megan's are down below. And mine, Glory Rates the Blues. Yes, my real first name is Glory. And Tom's links are also down below. He is a real person I did not make up, no matter what you may have heard from him. Please do check us out.
Everyone's in on it, Glory.
We are now at the end of broadcast. We are going to go over to our Discord server, Unicorn Council, and go hang out in the clubhouse. If anyone would like to join us, that is cool. But if not, we would absolutely still love to see you.
And one notification before we head out, because of weather on Wednesday, I will not be streaming, because even if nothing bad happens, I will not feel like sitting up in a chair. So I apologize for that. And as usual, I'm taking Good Friday off. So we will be there Thursday, God willing, and the creek don't rise. But Wednesday and Friday, there will be no stream on my channel this week.
I am contemplating doing a Wednesday show to make up for it. So keep an eye out, because that might be happening. I'm not
sure to follow Megan.
Yes.
Yeah, and we will still be doing Coffee Bunny on my Twitch stream. Well, I think it's actually on Kat's Twitch stream this week on Cat Leo Writing. We'll still be doing Coffee Bunny on Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Little thing called reality. Yes, Megan. Maggie's definitely cheering you on. She is definitely for it. Yes. So, yeah, please be sure to find us on all the linky things. And we will see y'all next time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.